proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under the Toxic Substances Control Act and a draft proposed approach of the cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalates. I'd like to repeat that SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. As a reminder, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. You will see the link in the meeting website, and on the agenda also, there's a link for the meeting website. We will also have links in the meeting website for the meetings that we had yesterday and the day before on May 8th and May 9th. I would like to thank the chair, Dr. Daniel Schlenk, for chairing yesterday's session, and to the committee members, ad hoc reviewers for responding to charge questions 2 to 14. And now I hand it over to the chair, Dr. Daniel Schlenk. Dr. Schlenk.
Thanks, Ala. Yeah, let's begin by going through the roll call to make sure everybody's here. So again, I'll begin with the permanent panel, permanent committee members alphabetically, and then go through the ad hoc reviewers. So let's begin with Dr. Apti.
Present.
Dr. Baker.
Present.
Dr. Blystone.
Present.
Dr. Chasen.
Present.
Dr. Cobb.
I'm here.
Dr. Davies.
Present.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Present.
Dr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. Kissel.
Here.
Dr. Mazurlian. Dr. Mazurlian. Okay, Dr. Prisbilla.
Present.
Dr. Reif.
Present.
Dr. Rollins.
Here.
Dr. Voorhees.
Present.
And now for our ad hoc reviewers, Dr. Babich,
Present.
Dr. Braun,
Present.
Dr. Califat,
Present.
Dr. Chapin,
I'm here.
Dr. David,
Present.
Dr. Engel,
Present.
Dr. Fox,
Present.
Dr. Hertzberg,
Present.
Dr. Howdeshell,
Present.
Dr. Kwok,
Present.
Dr. Payne Sturgis,
Present.
Dr. Tan,
Present.
Dr. Wyckoff,
Present.
Dr. Zoda.
Present.
Okay, great. And let's, who did I miss? Dr. Mazurlian?
Here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so to sort of sum up what happened yesterday, we went through several charge questions in a fairly quick manner. The majority of the questions came up with a consensus approach. There were a couple that there seemed to be a little bit of controversy, and that should be represented in the minutes. I believe it was charge question 8 regarding some of the other phthalates that might have been included in the mixture, and in question 10, which seemed to have some disagreement about DINP being part of that mixture. So at this point, there were also some concerns that we were going too quickly, and that that people had not had a chance to assimilate their responses in time. So what I thought we'd do this morning is kind of back up a little bit and sort of adhere to the original agenda to a certain degree, and begin with charge question 10 to make sure that folks have their chance to get things on the oral record. As I mentioned before, yeah, according to FACA guidelines, anything that is written has to be said in the public meeting. So I will begin with charge question 10 and see if there are any additional responses. We don't need to read it into the record, but thanks for putting it up. That's great. Any additional comments on charge question 10 from the committee?
So I haven't really received any additional comments, but maybe the associate discussants have some comments.
Yeah, if you have comments, please raise your hand, whether you're associate or committee member. Yeah, Dr. Babich. I think you're on mute.
I just wanted to add that we had a similar charge on question 8, and we did discuss the issue of DINP in our comments there.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else? Yeah, Dr. Tan? Oh, no, it's Dr. Engel, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I think that I think Holly wanted an opportunity to just be able to read the comments overnight before we left this finally. So I just want to make sure Holly didn't have anything she wanted to add about the comments yesterday before we move on.
Dr.
Yeah,
Davies?
this is Dr. Davies. I appreciate going back to question 10, but I don't have additional comments at this time.
Okay.
All right.
Anybody else? All right. No additional comments on 10, with the exception of some overlap perhaps with 8. All right, let's go ahead and move on to 11. Any additional comments there? Okay, not hearing any. Let's go on to 13. Oh, sorry. I keep skipping 12. Sorry, for 12. Any comments for question 12? Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, Dan, I'm sorry. Can we get back to question 11?
Yeah, sure.
Just one issue about the most sensitive effect. You know, it makes logical sense to draw your line in most sensitive effect. That way you're protective of all other adverse effects. I get that. But we got to make sure that the data support it, that this is something real and that the data quality are there, that this is not simply a false positive or an anomaly. That's the only thing I want to add. Thanks.
Okay. And yeah, please, if you can send that to Dr. Voorhees, that'd be great.
Will do.
Okay. Any other comments on 11?
Yeah, I had one there. I just had a question about that last comment in terms of false positive. What specifically which false positive are you worried about, with the testosterone, the gene expression, or what?
Oh, not in particular. It's just, you know, my experience with evaluation of animal data. You'll collect so much information from every animal, up to 80 different data points, right? And if you choose an alpha of 0.5, you stand to be statistically wrong 1 out of 20 times. And so you want to make sure you have a dose response, right? Number one. And you want to make sure that there's other corroboration in the data set. In other words, we don't just see it in animals, we see it in humans and so forth. And so we really need to, again, I keep going back to this hazard identification. You want to make sure that this is an endpoint that we need to protect for, and not just an anomaly in the data set.
That was Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
So I just want to respond to that. This is Dr. Braun. I just think, you know, I think there's assumptions about, you know, multiplicity testing that, you know, are not true often, and, you know, because of correlated outcomes and correlated exposures. So, you know, the sort of multiple comparison, I don't think that I don't have as much concern over the multiple comparisons as issue. I think there's a remarkable amount of consistency, though, when we look, because there's, you know, these studies have been done in multiple, you know, there's some species differences that are acknowledged in between rats and mice, but I think, you know, within the same species across different labs, you're seeing similar effects with testosterone, you know, as well as similar, oh, sorry, my camera cap's on. Sorry, the consistency across endpoints and related endpoints makes it less likely to be spurious. So I just wanted to add that to the record.
Okay. Again, yeah, please send those comments, Dr. Voorhees. Dr. Wyckoff.
Thanks. Yes, so I'd like to just support Dr. Johnson's comment on just being confident in the hazard identification characterization as it relates to the most sensitive effects, particularly when selecting them for use in the CRA. So when you're talking about more some of the very early events in a biological pathway, such as gene expression, being confident that they are linked to adversity and linked to other events in a pathway such that they're defensible endpoints to base your CRA on. And then I also just wanted to say here, as it relates to RPFs, which we'll talk about later, just I think that there is maybe some lack of clarity in the document as it relates to selecting the most sensitive endpoint for the risk assessment and also selecting the endpoint on which to derive RPF. So just wanted to put that out here, and I will follow up with comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for 11? Okay. Let's move on to question 12. To Dr. Kwok. Anybody have anything else to add there? I believe Dr. Hadashell, you had some concerns that you didn't have time, so hopefully you were able to get something to put on there.
I was comfortable with this question, with this response.
Anyone else?
Dr. Sling, I have a question. So if I just receive a revised response, am I supposed to read the revised response into the record?
If it's if it has different information, yes.
Why don't I just do that? Because I just received a response from one of the co-discussants. When evaluating the combined influence of substance in the mixture, the assumption of dose addition has been found to be protective. A reason we will not cite also just suggests that it may be appropriate for the anti-angiogenic effect from the phthalate exposure. Given the reason present that is differing dose response curve from animal data for different phthalate, dose addition seems to be a reasonable approach. However, it would be useful to see the outcome of option 4, that is the benchmark dose for each phthalate for testosterone genes expression, page 106. 2855 to 2858 for concordance purpose. Collaboration with dose addition. However, there seems to be some controversial regarding whether the anti-androgenic mode of action is indeed shared between all reported adverse effects. Adverse outcome pathway analysis may inform this when available. Section 4.3.2, line 2582 to 2620, based on the description in this section on the relative potency factor, it is not clear if the BMD or BMDL would have been used. If the BMDL is used, the rationale is needed for the degree of accuracy needed, either 5 or 10%. All the reference sites in this draft response will be provided to the agency. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Any additional comments based on what was just stated? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to question 13. So, anyone have any additional comments on 13?
So Dr. Schlenk, maybe I could just open and then others could add. As we were moving quickly, I think one of these kind of the overall synthesis points is worth restating is that many discussants seem to support the concept of an RPF approach, but that the content in the draft document didn't address the issues related to brought up in the NRC related to the dose response. And so it was difficult to answer the question specifically because a rationale hadn't been provided specific to the dose response aspects with the curves with differing shapes and slopes. But again, that the concept of using RPFs has a lot of strengths.
That was Dr. Wyckoff. Yeah. Okay. Anybody want to jump in on that one? Add in? Take away?
Can I just add one more? There was another.
This is Dr. Wyckoff.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Wyckoff. There's somebody from the panel offered an additional comment yesterday, and I haven't received that in an email. So just a request to send that over. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? For 13? Okay, at this stage, since we did have a little bit more input, I'll go back to the agency. Were there any additional questions of clarification that you might have based upon the comments you've heard so far?
Anthony Les, no questions or clarifications at this time. Thanks.
Okay, great. Okay, so we left off, I believe, on 14 yesterday. So let's go ahead and, well, we've already read it into the record. So at this particular point, Dr. Chapin, are you at a stage where we can actually put some discussion together here?
Yep, let's do this.
Okay.
Okay, so this is 5 or 6 paragraphs worth. We are in consensus that we prefer any approach which uses as much data as possible. Options 2 and 4 that incorporate dose response data are preferable to not using such data. Options 5 and 6 are similar, except they use postnatal outcomes instead of fetal ones. In an attempt to use the greatest amount of data, it seems that a combination of prenatal and postnatal outcomes might provide the best of both approaches. We encourage the EPA to compare options 2 and 4 and select whichever option provides the lowest variability. But more specifically, the agency has not provided sufficient information to assess which options are most suitable to RPF based on issues raised in question 13. Any approach which is selected must account for 1, data quality and reliability, e.g. the best available science considerations, 2, toxicokinetics, and most importantly, 3, dose response issues of parallelism and maximum response, i.e. the shape of the curve. None of these aspects are discussed in the options in section 4.4, and thus comments on the strengths and weaknesses of the individual approaches for RPF development cannot be provided until the agency provides additional information specific to the aspects important to RPFs. It is not clear if the term RPFs in this section refer to values from individual studies or if they refer to values that represent the endpoint outcome, the endpoint/outcome. This is equivalent to saying relative potency estimates and toxic equivalency factors for DLCs. There are more than 1,000 data sets characterizing relative potency across congeners, but each congener receives a single TEF value based on underlying relative potency data. It should be clarified if RPF refers to a combined value or a single value and what would be used in the CRA. It is important to emphasize that multiple BMRs have been discussed across other options. Dose response issues related to shape similarity and parallelism must be addressed before discussions or decisions on BMRs are made. And if they're parallel, these values should be equivalent. Last paragraph, if this data is already collected, which it seems perhaps it has been, then the range of RPF should be considered across endpoints and data sets once the above attributes have been accommodated. Distribution of RPFs could be assessed for variability and uncertainty across data sets, outcomes, species, study design, biological level of complexity, adversity, etc. Period.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to our associates for question 14, that would be Dr. Voorhees. Dr. Voorhees, I think you might be muted. Are you there? Okay, let's go Dr. Hadashel.
Yeah, and I want to echo thanks for being able to go through these questions again today. I agree, Bob captured our discussion, and I just wanted to point out that we had some concern for an RPF that would be established based on the lower dose range. And just an observation that a majority of the phthalate mixture studies that have been published thus far, especially from the Earl Gray Research Group, have used ED50 as a basis for determining a potency factor for an effect, particularly with fetal testosterone production. So we encourage the EPA to reflect on the current literature on phthalate mixtures and past cumulative risk assessments of other chemicals that have utilized the RPF approach when determining the most appropriate effective dose to employ. I would add that we did receive a comment from Ray about dose, about gene expression as a consideration for establishing a relative potency factor approach. And Ray, I don't know if you'd like to share your thoughts on that, or if you'd like us to read your comment.
Sure, I can share my thoughts. Gene expression to me is, while it's certainly part of the pathway to the adverse outcome, I'm cautious about trying to use it to do the risk assessment, because first of all, most of the gene expression data that I've ever seen are heat maps. They're not quantitative. There are some subjective quantitation that have been applied, but I've not seen anything where there's an actual number. And I think that that there's also extrapolating from a minor change in gene expression to the actual outcome is difficult to do. And so I think it would be, the agency would have to be very cautious about using that kind of an endpoint to extrapolate down and derive RFPs or RPFs, sorry.
Okay, any AOP components out there that want to talk about that? Yeah, Dr. Davies?
I was just going to say this reminds me to Dr. Johnson's comment about kind of real effects and kind of versus outliers. Because I think gene expression can be an actual effect that you're looking at, but other times it's not. And it does just have to be distinguished, I think, like any other effect that's being looked at.
Okay. Anyone else? Dr. Wyckoff?
Hi, this is Dr. Wyckoff, and it's not really on the AOPs, but just kind of following up just on the general risk assessment comment. Kind of in context of question 14, the SACC's been asked to provide, provide thoughts on the different options. But when I reread section 4.3.2, which is just generally describing the RPF approach, there's a paragraph on how these data will then be used. And so I just wanted to make the comment that it seems that in providing opinions or suggestions on the options, it's also directly related to providing opinions on what what BMDL or what endpoint would be used in the MOE assessment. So I think that also is just something to consider. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Rowland?
Yeah, just Craig Rollins. I just want to go back to the issue raised about you can't do a quantitative assessment on a gene expression change. There's quite a bit of work that's been done on this, actually doing benchmark dose modeling on gene expression across the whole genome, and actually correlating that with apical toxicity such as cancer. And there's actually a correlation between the dose response, the lowest dose response on transcriptional changes for any gene. You can't predict cancer, but the actual threshold levels are the same, pretty close, within an order of magnitude of 5, and sometimes less. So it's pretty remarkable that the biological changes on gene expression that you can model using benchmark dose at 28 days in a rat actually predicts almost the same dose response for cancer at 2 years. So it's actually going to be a BOSC meeting on this later on this summer to try and understand how that might be used for Superfund sites.
Thanks. Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Yes, Dr. Heiger-Bernays. I also want to point out that gene expression can be used quantitatively. There are data that are out there for other effects in addition to cancer. Specifically, we've been working on effects in the liver that have really correlated nicely with some of the other measures. So I think it's important to recognize that as we move forward, the quantitative utility of gene expression is important. And of course, the analyses have to have the same sort of, I'll call level of scrutiny. However, it is a tool that can be used and is being used.
Thank you. Dr. David?
Just a follow-up comment to Dr. Rowland's statement. And I think that the key is what he said regarding threshold. So that would need to be established for gene expression. And at this point, we don't have that information. And that's one of the reasons that I think the agency needs to move cautiously. Thank you.
I should have chosen actually like a benchmark dose level, like a BMD10. It wasn't really threshold I meant, but you can actually identify a specific change.
Was that Dr. Rowland?
Yes, sorry, Dr. Rowland. Yeah, I just want to edit my comment. I really wasn't intending to say that you can predict a threshold. You can actually calculate a like a benchmark dose 10 or 5 or 15. You can set the level of change that you want to measure, and then use that same, compare that to a change in an actual apical outcome. Most of the work's been done on rats at 28 days, predicting the benchmark dose 10 for cancer at 2 years. And it's within an order, sometimes 3 to 5 magnitude. It's not a major difference. So it actually is predictive of where the tumors would start to occur, but you can't predict that a tumor would occur. But if it did occur, it's pretty remarkable at 28 days. Those transcriptional changes actually can be used to identify where the dose response for the cancer would occur.
Dr. Cobb.
So, not being an expert in this field, my only observation is that I agree that the gene expression isn't necessarily indicative of an adverse effect. It does point to the need to determine if there is an adverse effect. And failing that information, the gene expression is what we have to fall back to. So the gene expression would point to the need for further evaluation. And if further evaluation is not done or not available, then I think the agency has to default back to the gene expression as the only information that they have until such information is available.
Dr. Kwok?
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit on the relative potency factor. Based on my understanding, usually is came from the response actually came from the lower end of the dose response curve. Right in 2011, the cumulative risk assessment on pyrethroid, the BMD20 is used, and also for the organophosphatase insecticide, the relative potency factor actually is based on BMD as 10%, coronary acid inhibition. So it's not even close to the ED50 level. So I just want to raise one point that the lower end of dose response actually is very important in terms of deriving the relative potency factor. Thank you.
So Bob, looks like we have some difference of opinion on the lower end and the EC50 evaluate, or ED50 sort of evaluations there. So anyone else want to jump in here? Apologies for the beeping. If you can hear that, they're doing construction across the street here. It's just really loud. Dr. Kwok, your hand still up. Do you have anything else to add? Just, yeah, thanks.
I will.
Okay.
This is Bob Chapin. I'll try to add any elements of this most recent discussion that gets sent to me by email, and my email address is correct in the contact information.
Great. Dr. Haddishell, did you have something?
Yeah, Dr. Haddishell. I don't necessarily think that there's a difference of opinion about the lower dose range. Is just that we wanted to make sure that there was consultation with previous risk assessments that was supported as supported method.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Since we have not gone back to the agency on this question, let's go to them and see whether or not they have any questions of clarification on 14.
This is Anthony Les. I'd like to thank the committee for their response to charge question 14 and the robust discussion. No further clarifications at this point.
Okay. All right, so it's time to move on. Let's go to charge question 15, if we can have that read into the record.
This is Anthony Les. I'll read charge question 15. So in section 5.0, EPA proposes that the potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations, or PES, that may be more susceptible to phthalate syndrome include pregnant women, women of reproductive age, and male infants, male toddlers, and male children. EPA proposes to focus its CRA for phthalates on these susceptible subpopulations and add others through the risk evaluation process as applicable. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of this proposal.
Okay, and our lead again is Dr. Chapin.
Okay, this is Bob Chapin. The previous response was 6 paragraphs, and this one is about 5 pages. Let me see, we'll start off and say that 2 reviewers agree that the health effects of concern should drive the decision on identifying the potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. The subpopulations of greatest concern are fetuses, neonates, and children. In order to protect fetuses, risk reduction measures must consider women of reproductive age, especially pregnant women, to protect humans from the testicular phthalate syndrome as observed in rats. I'm going to break off here for just a minute and stop reading and just say the point of this next long section is that the PES definition is too narrow. So that's the through line for many of these comments. 3 of the respondents and an additional panelist agree with the following set of comments. Exposure considerations must have equal weight with hazard identification, and that concept is underscored in the Lautenberg 2016 Act. In section 5, lines 2885 to 2887, quote, TSCA does not statutorily define what constitutes greater susceptibility or greater exposure, thereby providing EPA with flexibility in how pest groups are identified. True, there is flexibility, but this should be addressed in the principles document. This is a perfect example of the opportunity to explain the thinking structure that leads to a determination of pests, thus avoiding what could be construed as opaque thinking and declarative decisions. A systematic set of principles for this critical decision is needed, which includes both hazard and exposure considerations. The following concepts should guide search for potentially exposed susceptible subpopulations, and direct discussion of the process and conclusions. It's important to be precise in the application of this to the Lautenberg mandate for the pests. And there's a short table here, which is inserted that describes different kinds of susceptibility and different sorts of exposures. This should be done before or during consideration of potential co-exposures, lines 768 to 778. The consideration should include exposure scenarios for all components of the conditions of use as defined in 40 CFR paragraph 702.33. For phthalates, this will yield additional population subgroups that would or could experience different and greater exposures. Considering if there are some people uniquely exposed or having greater exposure, the amount of phthalates in their environment available for them to come into contact with the chemical in the media through their diets and activities. See lines 2903 to 2904. Multiple phthalates are known to accrue in the Arctic and in fresh surface waters and sediments with possibly long half-lives, similar to patterns seen in soil. This is discussed and referenced in EPA citation of ECC/HC 2020, cited in line 2894. We quote from that, studies have demonstrated that phthalates with shorter side chains can be readily biodegraded and mineralized, whereas phthalates with longer side chains tend to be somewhat less biodegradable. Several references. The differences in biodegradability among phthalates are attributed to the steric effects of the side chains, where binding of hydrolytic enzymes can become hindered, resulting in limited hydrolysis. Differences in phthalate isomers can also influence rates of degradation, as phthalate hydrolyzing enzymes are structurally specific. Reference. The short chain phthalate DMP has a long modeled half-life in air. Its measured concentrations in biota in Hudson's Bay and in air and water in the Norwegian Arctic indicate that it has some potential for long-range transport. Medium and long-chain phthalates are not persistent in air, and modeling results suggest that they are unlikely to have potential for long-range transport. Although DEHP, dibutyl phthalate, diisobutyl phthalate, di-N-butyl phthalate, and diisononyl phthalate, and the short-chain phthalate DEP can be associated with fine particles in areas close to emission sources. DIBP was also found in biota in the Arctic. Fine particle transport is considered a plausible explanation for the observed presence of DMP and DIBP in remote areas. Phthalates have been detected in fresh water worldwide and tend to absorb to sediments. In surface water, most phthalates are readily biodegradable. In sediments, both aerobic and anaerobic microorganisms can degrade phthalates. However, despite their inherent biodegradability, phthalates can exhibit long half-lives in sediments because of the high degree of absorption driven by their hydrophobicity. In aerobic biodegradation studies conducted according to the according to OECD guidelines, and where wastewater treatment system sludge is used as a substrate, phthalates were found to be both inherently and readily biodegradable. The apparent variability in test results can be attributed to the differences in experimental protocols, concentration of the test substance, and the substrate. In soil, the patterns for biodegradation rates are generally very similar to those in water. Environmental conditions such as temperature, soil moisture, and oxygen level, as well as the initial concentrations and soil type, all have an impact on the biodegradation rate. For example, half-lives for DEHP in different types of soil range from 2 days to 69.3 days. Reference, and we're up to 77 days in bioremediated soil from an industrial site in Brazil. Therefore, other populations of concern may be Arctic village populations, which have a high probability of contamination of subsistence food sources, which constitutes a large percentage of their diet. There is a co-occurrence. The co-occurrence is highly likely as sources of food are limited and contamination by air or water mobility are likely to contaminate multiple food items, entire herds, fish, sea mammals, and water sources. Affinity to water and sludge may also increase non-dietary exposures in boardwalk communities, i.e. the eastern half of Alaska where communities exist on boardwalks as they're built on perpetually swampy land. Let me see. There is probably consistent low-level intake of environmental caches of phthalates in addition to exposures from COU products. And there is probable co-exposure from non-dietary conditions of use due to home industry, i.e. motor oils and lubricants, living and family work areas closely commingled for storage and maintenance of small motors and vehicle maintenance is common. Possible co-exposures from contaminants from oil drilling industries in subsistence food ecosystems, i.e. migrating reindeer, fish, Arctic mammals, and birds, is a phrase and not a sentence, and we'll work on that. Phthalates used as lubricants and use of DIDP as a processing aid specific to petroleum production for processing in oil and gas drilling and extraction and support activities. The CDR reports use of DIDP as processing aid specific to petroleum production for processing. Environmental conditions for disposal of all waste is another issue, providing unique exposure opportunities and high contamination levels in Arctic communities. This issue has been described in the public comments by NTTC. Disposal areas for all items, surely to contain phthalates, in dumps near living areas, open to contamination of water and subsistence food, and possibly other routes of exposure, are described by the Salawick Davis Ramoth High School Science Competition papers. These are unique and significant exposure opportunities that should be added to the exposure concept as detailed by the Arctic Council. Also, this issue of definition of pests is directly linked to section 6.2.2, which discusses pathways and routes of exposure considered in risk evaluations, lines 3000 to 3044. Subsistence foods and non-commercial diets should be included in dietary exposure assessments. Because diets have already been identified as major sources of exposure and diets, people in Arctic communities eating subsistence food are more likely to be exposed than people in the general population eating commercial food. Tribal fishers and other subsistence fishers in other areas of the US also consume greater quantities of potentially contaminated fish than the rest of the general population. Subsistence diets include food from land mammals, aquatic plants, berries, aquatic mammals, and fish and shellfish, birds and eggs, and/or homegrown foods. Irrigation waters for home and community gardens adds to the probability of contamination and co-exposure, and durable exposures, i.e. subsistence foods have consistent food origins, unlike the variability found in commercial food markets. Detailed listings of Arctic community foods and metrics on Arctic diets have been made available to the EPA and were developed by using EPA-supported research and continue to be freely available. It is unclear what EPA means by and add others through the risk evaluation process as applicable. More details on this would apply in practice. More details on how this would apply in practice would be helpful. However, three reviewers agree with the following. The EPA defines pests as subpopulations, quote, who, due to either greater susceptibility or greater exposure, may be at greater risk than the general population of adverse health effects from exposure to a chemical substance or mixture, such as infants, children, pregnant women, workers, or the elderly, close quote. EPA's definition of potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations is too narrow, since the definition is solely based on factors related to biological susceptibility to phthalate syndrome. Consequently, subpopulations that are at increased risk due to elevated exposures or increased susceptibility to non-chemical stressors and/or other biological comorbidities may be overlooked. In the CRA document provided, there's a statement that under TSCA, the key human populations considered include the general population and pests such as workers, occupational non-users, consumers, consumer bystanders, and fence-line communities and tribal populations. And here follows an expansion of the concept of fence-line communities. Fence-line communities are an additional subpopulation likely to have greater exposures for many reasons, which are discussed in detail in the EPA SACC final report. And some of those reasons are fence-line communities includes the media and areas polluting habitats and feeding areas of animals and plants, making up the foods in subsistence diets of tribal communities and sports harvest. These areas may be quite distant from people consuming the diets, since the food sources are mobile and sometimes migratory, and the water medium is itself mobile. Discharges and leaching into rivers and lakes from multiple sources will contaminate water downstream or across the lakes or for migrating fish. Therefore, a one-by-one facility evaluation is not consistent with the very idea of cumulative exposures and co-exposures. The CRA exposure for fence line must consider the full range of possible facilities, multiple disposal sites, multiple contamination events into a single medium, parenthesis, for multiple single chemical and multiple chemicals in the CRA group, close parenthesis. Conditions of use include manufacturing, processing, distribution and commerce, use and disposal. Disposal systems in the Arctic and some fence line communities may be located near waste dumps or whose water or foods or irrigation waters are contaminated by phthalates from distant dump sites. Fence-line communities may also have uniquely susceptible subpopulations and multiple chemicals and non-chemical stressors, which magnify potential risk. Okay, that's the end of the fence-line community subsection there. As part of the CRA, the EPA should comprehensively search and identify potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations, in addition to identifying subpopulations of concern in the individual chemical risk assessments. Therefore, it is unclear why the EPA would eliminate groups that are subpopulations that have greater susceptibility or exposure, as outlined in the CRA document, such as tribal populations. It is not clear if EPA has explored scenarios where tribal populations may have greater risk of susceptibility or exposure to phthalates, and biologically it could be important to include all infants, toddlers, and children, both male and female, to fully assess cumulative risks to these populations relative to phthalate syndrome, e.g., generational impacts from developmental exposures. For example, the approach used by Warshawski et al. 2016 may be one way that the EPA can empirically identify pests based on cumulative exposures. Warshawski used CDC biomonitoring data to develop a potency-weighted sum of daily intake of several anti-androgenic phthalates based on guidelines from the NAS report on cumulative risk assessment of phthalates. They found that Black women had a significantly higher cumulative daily intake of anti-androgenic phthalates than white women, even after adjusting for socioeconomic status. In addition to race and ethnicity, EPA should examine how cumulative exposures may vary by other measures of social and structural inequality, such as education, income, insurance status, housing security, food security, etc. In any case, exposures for pests should be disaggregated by demographic factors. Given the emphasis on addressing health risks using the best available science, especially among vulnerable populations, EPA should consider not only exposures to other chemicals that are anti-androgenic, including other phthalates, but also pesticides, but also non-chemical exposures that have anti-androgenic effects, i.e. nutritional factors such as low protein diets, and there are some citations, or social stress, and another citation. However, phthalate exposures may contribute to other adverse health outcomes, as described earlier. Therefore, a cumulative risk assessment of phthalates should systematically examine all of the potential health effects across all of the phthalates undergoing review by EPA. And that, for example, birth outcomes, several references, neurotoxicity, references, diabetes, references. Population groups of concern may or may not be different from those identified for the anti-androgen effects. Comorbidities that are exacerbated by phthalate exposures include diabetes. Phthalates have been repeatedly linked to diabetes, and thus one question is whether exposures to phthalates could further exacerbate the diabetic phenotype. This has been demonstrated in animal models, several references. To reiterate, a cumulative risk assessment should account for population vulnerability related to co-exposures to other chemical and non-chemical stressors, associated with the common health endpoints. And our last paragraph, EPA should also include explicit definitions of sex and gender in its articulation of the PES. Historically, the term gender specific has been used in biomedical research to refer to sex-specific effects, or the terms have been used interchangeably with the assumption that people are cisgender. Bucher et al. Distinguished biological sex from gender identity, where biological sex refers to the composition of chromosomes, sex hormones, gonads, and genitalia an individual has, and gender identity refers to the identity an individual possesses, which may be associated with social behaviors of traditional ideas of masculinity and femininity, period.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts on this, but let's go through the associate reviewers at this point. So first associate is Dr. Payne Sturgis.
Yes, I have nothing further to add. Thank you so much for that summary, Dr. Chapin.
Dr. Tan.
Yeah, I also have nothing further to add. I think we had a lot in there and it all was read. So thank you.
Dr. Zoda.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, other panel members. Dr. Apte.
Yeah, that was a great summary and a lot of us covered. I just want to point out one more thing that I think has become more important, I think, in recent years, and that is the association of obesity and metabolic disease and their interaction with non-hepatic outcomes, such as phthalate exposure and male reproductive system effects. There is a growing body of evidence showing that changes in hepatic fat content, changes in body fat content associated with obesity epidemic and associated with the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease affects toxicokinetics of several chemicals, and there are some data suggesting that this has been shown in mice, at least in case of some phthalates. I'll provide references to Dr. Chapin here on that. And I think that EPA needs to consider that as a part of the PESS going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So a couple things I think I saw through this is perhaps maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it was my understanding that this question would deal more with the tox side of PES, and that question 21 would actually deal more with the exposure side of PES or fence line communities in that realm. So I'm wondering how the committee feels about would some of those exposure components, which are again unique to PES communities or fence line communities, be better served in question 21 than here?
I respectfully disagree because I think fence line community.
Who is this?
Oh, sorry. This is Dr. Zoda.
Could you please raise your hand? That'd be great.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Sure.
Go ahead. I got you now.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I think fence line communities is one particular subset of potentially highly exposed subpopulation. I think at least what my written comments were conveying as read, I do agree that the definition of PES that we were asked to comment on is rooted in biologic susceptibility, which is largely driven by the tox studies. But my feedback to that is that is too narrow, and that the conceptualization of PES should include exposure data. And I don't think all the feedback we were providing you can all be kind of included in question 21, which is very specific to fence line communities. So
we were asked to specifically comment on the conceptualization of pests in the CRA. And at least I will just speak to myself that I have comments, because I think that conceptualization is too narrow as written.
Okay, I don't think you were charged with conceptualizing pests. I think that was done last year at a different panel meeting. And just let me know, I'm just telling you, your information will be included. I'm just saying the exposure side of the evaluation of susceptibility, would it be better served in the section that deals with exposure rather than the section that deals with biological effects in terms of identifying susceptible populations? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we're throwing it out or anything, but and again, I'm just throwing it out there in terms of logic flow. That's all. Dr. Chasen?
Thank you. This is Dr. Chasen. I also respectfully, strongly disagree because I think this report shows the endemic sort of conflation of these issues about what's exposure, I think the whole concept is clearly outlined in one sentence that you don't separate toxicology and exposure. They're all in one sentence in the definition of pests, and you have to embrace those concepts together. And by dividing this into we'll talk about toxicology, and then at the end of everything, we'll throw in some information about exposure, I think does real damage, literally, to the whole concept that kind of mandate, legislative mandate, demands of the way we approach risk assessment as a whole. Now, I take your point that there are places where we have to organize this, but I think this is our chance to actually make a real contribution here to the thinking and principles of what risk assessment is for communities that may be at risk. We don't do that, I think, exceptionally well. And we are trying here in this rather long presentation and in other places in this overall deliberation across the days to try to bring, I think, some more order to the thinking about how populations become at risk when you have to look. You don't just keep parsing this into little pieces. You have to look at the entire scenario and more realistic situations and scenarios that they're in, which have both biological and exposure. And we've got to bring it together, not just parse it out into pieces. So anyhow, obviously, I feel strongly about this. I think that this committee or this work group has put together an extensive set of references to support this position. And I really enthusiastic. Okay, this isn't going to win any Pulitzers as it's pieced together right here, but I think that the concepts are really important to stay together in one place.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Braun?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Dr. Chase and Dr. Zoda about this, and I think I was going to say exactly what Dr. Chase said, is that there's this single sentence that defines what pest is, and that it's it's really, I think if anything, is that the pest definition encompasses what I refer to as vulnerability, which includes both excess exposure and biologic susceptibility. Missing from it though too, I think it's something to point out, is resiliency. In this, whether, and you can look at that two ways, either having less resiliency or more resiliency, and whether that's susceptibility or not is another matter. But I agree with this. I don't think you can separate them out. So I think that this, I can understand why this has gotten conflated across two questions.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Tan?
Yeah, I won't speak too long because I just also agree with what has been said by Drs. Brown, Zoda, and Chasen. And I think it's really important to keep in mind both the biology and the exposure, because we don't want to miss. I think the key is to really be capturing the vulnerable populations. And this definition is very important because we need to be capturing those populations. And I agree there is some confusion with question 21. I'm also on question 21, and we have moved some of the content from there to this question. And I agree, we do need to sort that out, but yeah, I'm in agreement with the other speakers. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Chasen, your hand's still up. Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Yes, this is Wendy Heiger-Bernays. This is not a statement about what was read, but a question about the writers of that work and whether some of that goes into the principles document. And if so, it is stated here, but I think some of that could also go there. And if so, I'm still writing, so please send it our way.
So you're talking question 3, is it?
Question 4.
4.
Question 4. Question 4. Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Ingalls.
Hi, Stephanie Engel. Yeah, I just want to also briefly just express my support, but maybe also a slight editorial change to the write-up, which is to just group some of this really informative literature under an evaluation of the uncertainties associated with their definition in the PES. I agree, like, some of this maybe should be in different charge questions, but it's all really important information. I really think it's critical that the definition of PES be expanded to include people with disproportionate exposure, which it currently does not reflect, and could well be supported within the context of the phthalate literature.
Thanks. Dr. Chapin.
Thank you. This is Bob Chapin. Chris, can I ask you to select the information that you added to our long answer to this and send that over to Wendy Heiger-Bernays, please? Because that was your addition, and and you had identified some of that stuff as probably being useful for the principles document.
Right. After we survive the next day or two, I'll put something a little more coherent together. And like a lot of these pieces, this presentation, I think, was a nice, if you will, patching together of good thoughts, and if you want, we'll stand by for any assistance in just making it the literary excellence of this.
Yeah, we can do the troweling later, but,
right.
but I wanted to make.
But I'll do that, and then I'll send the recommendations to you, Bob, and your committee, to make sure I'm not overstepping on what you think is principle.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, again, my whole point was more, when we get to risk evaluations, you do separate out those sections. You talk about toxicology, you talk about exposure, and then you talk about risk characterization, where they are blended together and you actually do get those interactions together. So that's my only concern, is that by preemptively blending them together, we're basically not addressing the susceptibility issue from the biological side, which does have some components in there that does address biological components, such as the obesity issues associated with the effects that are present there, and including those. But again, if the panel feels that or the committee feels that we should address this question as a risk characterization question with strengths and uncertainties, then that's fine. Bob, I also heard you had numerical values for particular participants. So if that's the case, we need to just make sure that we have consensus, or we don't have consensus in terms of those responses. So I just want to throw that out in terms of.
You'll have it. You will have it. Okay.
but I'm just throwing it out to the rest of the committee who just heard this for the first time. So is everybody okay with that? I know you have consensus with your subgroup, but I just want to make sure the other members are also on board. Any disagreements, I should say? Yeah.
I
Okay.
so I was the holdout in the subgroup charged with answering that question that believe, as you do, that this is talking about biological susceptibility and not exposures, not sort of hyper exposure susceptibility. So that's why I said 3 of the respondents and an additional panel member believed the following, and distinguish that from it being a unanimous response from the respondents.
Okay, so I guess you would say then the majority of the committee felt blah, 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 blah.
Easily.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure that we get that, because having done a few of these in the past, you wrangle back and forth about how many actually submitted yes and how many submitted no and things of that nature. So I want to make sure we address that up front so we don't deal with that later. But okay, any other input, comments here? Okay, with that, let me go to the agency and are there any questions of clarification?
Yes, can you see me? I don't see myself.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Anna Lowett, OPPT Science Advisor. I've got a couple of questions or comments or questions on.
Questions, please.
So I'm not going to comment on where the things go in the report. Y'all can certainly figure that out amongst yourselves. But there is some conflation here, and I understand what the source of it is, between the workflow and the thought process between the individual risk evaluations and what goes in the cumulative assessment. That if you can all remember the way the workflow here is going to go, that the individual risk evaluations will be done. A lot of that work will have to be done before a lot of the cumulative work is done, because a lot of the exposure assessment work to identify all the things that were discussed in the last half an hour before they can go in the cumulative assessment. And so I just want to make sure it's actually on the record that the agency, many of those things discussed, particularly around some of the tribal issues, are already part of the plan. And if you look at some of the details of the conceptual plan and the things that Maiko discussed on Monday, you'll find those in the little figures and things like that. But as you recall, we've intentionally stayed out a lot of the details this meeting because we haven't done that analysis. So I just want to ensure not only the panel, but the public, that those kinds of things will be going into the single chemical, and to the extent that they are appropriate for multi-chemical evaluation, they will also go in the cumulative. But there's a gray space there of what those comments apply to those different assessments. And I just want to make sure the panel understands that workflow and that piece of it. However, I'm actually not sure you answered our question, is what I'm more concerned about. That because we were in question 15, as Dr. Chapin and Dr. Schlenk have commented, more focused in 15 on the hazard piece of this. So again, thinking about the workflow of the single chemical to the cumulative, if you remark, and if you can see in the draft approach paper, that we've explicitly said that there's a difference, and this is consistent with the way OPP does their assessments, that a single chemical of risk evaluation will cover all life stages and everyone in all those life stages and different susceptibilities. However, the cumulative assessment is unique from the single chemicals, as the cumulative is intentionally focused on those things that tie them and bind them together. And so if you go back to the conversations we were having yesterday about the the key outcomes and the key events in the pathway of toxicity, it is our read of the data that pregnant women or women of reproductive age and males who are infants and younger are more susceptible to the phthalate syndrome than are adult males or female children. So, that can be women who are tribal and eating fish, or pregnant women eating fish who are tribal, or pregnant women who are working in a facility, or pregnant women who put on makeup and then go work at a facility, or similarly male infants who are drinking milk or breastfeeding and things like that. And so I didn't actually hear an answer to the question. So I heard a lot of really important feedback that's important for our risk evaluations. But as we move from the single chemical to the cumulative, we can't do every life stage for every population in a multi-chemical assessment of 5 or 6 things. It's just not practical. So our goal is to narrow the populations in the cumulative to those populations relevant to the hazard, and then we'll cover the exposure for those. So, a reproductive woman, a pregnant woman in the tribes who are eating those fish, or those other examples that I gave. So I didn't actually hear the answer to that part of the question, which was actually what we were actually looking for.
Okay. Dr. Chapin.
I can respond to that, Anna. The first very short paragraph that I read actually addresses that, I think, by saying that 2 of the reviewers did agree that the health effects of concern should drive the decisions, and the subpopulation of greatest concern are fetuses, neonates, and women of childbearing potential. So in our first paragraph, we did answer that by saying, yep, you've got it.
Yeah, I would also agree. I actually heard some of the other issues related to, again, some of the biological sides of things with diabetes and other issues that would, I think, fit an answer to that question in terms of susceptibility too. I think those endpoints seem to fit in terms of either saying, yes, these are susceptible, and that the endpoints are appropriate at that point. But Dr. Kaysen?
Yeah, and I see your point, and I think as we refine the way this is structured, we'll make sure to keep that in mind. However, there's a sort of principle here that I heard. I wanted to see if you could expand on that a little bit in your thinking. As I hear you talk about this, it is the toxicology that always drives the sort of structure of who you think is susceptible in the biggest use of the word. But many times, perhaps it's constructive to take a look at the exposure first. I mean, it is not a legislative mandate or any kind of scientific mandate that we always talk about toxicology and then we talk about exposure. I mean, that's just a term of practice. And so in many cases, however, and I think might be an example of that, taking an equal look at the exposure scenarios might drive how you look or consider the toxicology or the hazard evaluation. Let me give you an example here. You've got populations that have much lifetime durable exposures that would not necessarily be easy to spot in a commercial, where I live in the suburbs kind of thing, because when I go to the supermarket and I buy a fish today, the source of that is unlikely to be exactly the same source as when I buy it next month. In the case of these kinds of populations or many others, it doesn't have to be Arctic, where you have a single source for a food that is sustained, and that food will be eaten over months from the freezer or whatever. You've got a different pattern of exposure that could very well, in a case like phthalates, play very clearly into what kind of toxicology issues need to be examined. Now, I don't want to overstate this, Anna, but I just think that we have to get out of the practice of saying here, just being very, I don't know, parsing this down and saying, okay, here's the toxicology. And as we said here, I think everybody's going to agree with that first paragraph that Dr. Chapin read, that yes, of course, this is these biological studies show that these are the key thing to look at, but not to the point of just looking away until later on to a separate thing. I just see a lot more interplay and value in bringing the exposure profiles together in the same point of consideration. But anyway, I just wanted to point out that this might be a good example of where the exposure scenarios really influence how we think about the risk in as it's expressed in the hazard evaluation. So, but we take your point that we have to make sure when we're writing this to make sure we answer the key question that you've put there. So thanks for that.
So Dr. Frank, she asked me a question. I'm going to respond and then I'll
No,
turn.
no, I'm sorry. We can't have a back and forth. This is getting, it's getting beyond FACA at this particular stage. We're not allowed to do that. Dr. Zoda, you had your hand up?
I'll just make this very succinct, and I just want to, I appreciate the feedback from EPA, and just want to echo kind of what Dr. Chasen is saying, that I understand the focus on biologic susceptibility, but that there is a sort of in the real world of feedback. So our young girls, you know, who have higher exposures, who may have increased psychosocial stress and early obesity, you know, do those collectively increase susceptibility? And by not including them, are we missing key populations? So I'll just end there. I think there's more of a feedback between these factors than it just being, you know, biological susceptibility is very separate than exposure.
Dr. Blystone?
Yeah, Sherry Blystone, hand up and down a few times. And I guess for me, the question, I understand what Dr. Chase and Dr. Zoda are saying, but the question for me is, does any of that change what the hazard is? No. And if it does, then maybe the cumulative assessment group isn't correct. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Dr. Chapin, you have your work cut out for you there.
I will cheerfully incorporate into our War and Peace any comments, any additional comments that are sent to me.
Fabulous. As long as they are, have been stated on the record, right? So, yeah, with that, let's go ahead and take a long anticipated break. We shall, let's go to 30 minutes past the hour, and we'll pick up question 16 and exposure side of things. So thanks. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to move forward with charge question 16. Let me ask Dr. Babich, you're the lead on this. It's split into A, B, C. Would you like to address each of those in subcompartments or all together? You're on mute.
Yeah, we divided it up into the 3 different questions.
Okay, great. So if we could read the question in as segments, so and then we'll stop after A and begin deliberations on that one. So, Anthony?
This is Micah Arshura. I will
Okay.
read question 16. So in section 6.3.2, EPA describes 2 approaches, scenario-based and reverse dosimetry, for estimating non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures, step 5 in the conceptual model, figure 2.1. In section 6.3.2.5, EPA proposes to primarily utilize the scenario-based approach described in 6.3.2.1 to estimate non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures for combining with TSCA exposures. The agency proposes to use the reverse dosimetry approach described in section 6.3.2.2 as a comparator for scenario-based daily intake estimates. In other words, help contextualize whether scenario-based estimates are an over or underestimation of total exposure, and to analyze temporal trends to better understand changes in phthalate exposure over time. Part A, please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's proposed approach to primarily assess the non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures using a scenario-based method. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Babich, you're the lead.
Okay, so in response to that question, well, scenarios are really the only way to address the specific pathways or COUs. And of course, TSCA is built around the conditions of use. So it's really the only way to address the needs under TSCA. Now, we strongly agree that non-attributable and non-TSCA sources should be included in the assessment. Not including these limits the ability of comparing the scenario-based estimates with human biomonitoring results, because if you're not only looking at part of the picture, that doesn't really help you. And then it of course, fails to provide a global picture of sources of exposure, which we think is important, even though they're not all covered by TSCA. We think it's valuable to see the big picture. Now, one part of the draft proposed approach that could be strengthened is additional discussion of what EPA would do to estimate exposures in potentially high risk or highly exposed subpopulations that are not adequately addressed in NHANES. Should EPA or EPA should well, it's a question, should EPA rely on pilot biomonitoring studies were available even if the sample sizes are small, or should they prioritize scenario-based estimates? Well, we think any biomonitoring data is useful, but we would, of course, prioritize larger studies. And I think one thing, maybe it would help if there was a little bit more discussion, just a brief discussion of what kinds of conditions of use would be the ones that are not well represented in a study like NHANES, such as industrial exposures that apply to a small population. I mean, the conditions of use include also, but it also includes things that probably do apply to the general population. Now, so we're ready to move on to the second question. Would you like me to read that?
No, let's go through your
Okay.
associates first as we,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and then we'll open to the panel and go through that mechanism. So, Dr. Kissel. Are you on mute? Is he with us? Okay. Dr. Zoda,
Nothing further to add.
Dr. Califat,
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Dr. Kissel, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
I don't have any additional comments on that first part.
great. Okay, other committee members. Dr. Tan.
Yeah, this is just more of a question. I was just wondering if the committee talked at all about exposures that are not maybe captured through biomonitoring, like dust or other sources of exposure that might be good to consider.
Well, we talked about that.
This is Dr. Babbage.
Yes, this is Mike Babbage, and we did talk about that. It's covered more in the subsequent parts of this question.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and read B into the record.
Okay.
Micah Arshiro, Part B, EPA recognizes that there are limitations and uncertainties with the proposed reverse dosimetry approach outlined in section 6.3.2.2, which relies on equation 6.1. Given these uncertainties and limitations, please comment on EPA's proposal to use reverse dosimetry as a supplementary approach to help characterize exposure and use it as a comparator for exposure estimates from the scenario-based approach. Thank you.
And Dr. Babbage?
Okay, so, well, equation 6.1 has been widely used and widely accepted since about 2000. And we point to some examples. Other EPA cited CPSC and Health Canada, but we point to some other examples where this equation has been used. It's actually getting quite common to be used for reverse dosimetry. The availability of human data to derive the FUEs is a great advantage. And in contrast to this, you know, if you have with the exposure scenario approach where you have all these different scenarios and you're combining them together, you always worry about propagating uncertainty and especially about leading to overestimates with that approach. Now, and so we give a couple of other examples, citations here, where that equation was used for phthalates. One was a cumulative risk assessment, and also an example where it was used for a flame retardant. And I noticed in the public comments, someone mentioned that, well, some of these studies where they derive the FUEs, the fractional urinary equivalence, the FUEs, the PK parameters in equation 6.1 Well, they're only based on a relatively small population of humans, but I look at it as, wow, they have human data. So it's I guess a case of, is the glass half full or half empty? Now, so we conclude, despite some uncertainties, it provides a robust estimate of total exposure in the population studied. So in NHANES, that's pretty much the general population, although it wouldn't cover relatively small subgroups like workers, for example. And we also know that, well, NHANES relies on spot samples. We see these spot samples as a snapshot of human exposure at a given point in time. We think it's a great comparator for scenario-based estimates, and it provides a reality check on the scenario-based estimates because it's based, NHANES, it's based on a random population, stratified population in the United States. It's actual measurements in real people, and that always seems more satisfying than modeling exposures. Now, and we cite to discuss some of the uncertainties, the 2014 report from CPSC discusses the uncertainties in the equation, the parameter uncertainties, and the way they describe it, it's really pretty reasonable. Now, some people disagree or criticize, whatever, comment on the uncertainties of using spot samples. And however, unfortunately, NHANES is the best biomonitoring data we have, and they use spot samples. Not many people do multiple samples or 24-hour samples. But we cite a reference by Aylward et al., which discusses the effect of spot samples on the uncertainties. And again, I think the conclusion is that the uncertainties are reasonable. We can live with them, and compared to the alternative using modeled estimates. And as someone who spent a big part of my career doing modeled estimates, I'm a big fan of biomonitoring data. The advantages are biomonitoring data reflects exposure from all sources, and it's based on measurements in real people. So that's our response to the second part. Is the bottom line is that the uncertainties are reasonable in biomonitoring or reverse dosimetry, is a very useful comparator for scenario-based estimates.
Okay, Dr. Kissel, anything to add?
I have my microphone on. I guess I'm a little concerned that we aren't capturing the current write-up, which is under negotiation, is, I don't know, 5 pages or so, and I'm not sure that all of the details are being captured in the conversation, and so I wonder where that puts us on the record problem.
Well, in terms of details, as long as there's a summary of the information, it should be okay. Again, the point, the basic sort of way to look at this is: are there any surprises that are written that haven't been presented publicly?
Well, I don't know. Surprises is perhaps not the best word. I think I have some additional criticisms of EPA's write-up. We were asked to discuss the discussion of uncertainties, but the discussion of uncertainties amounts to declaring that there are uncertainties. And so it's not quantitative, and much is left to be desired. I also, we had internal discussion about the benefits of NHANES biomonitoring, which is we're all supportive of, but I raised the issue of representativeness at the tails, and my probability is a little rusty, but by my estimation, I don't know how many phthalate workers there are in the United States. This is one of the disadvantages of this joint document, is that it doesn't have the information that you get in the individual compound risk assessments, and so we don't have estimated sizes of populations. But I made some wild guesses and came up with a likelihood of actually sampling a phthalate worker in an average NHANES year as being less than 0.5, and the expected value of phthalate workers that would be included in an NHANES sample as 0. So the relative merits of NHANES are limited to the general population and are not adequate for describing the whole population exposures. And I think EPA knows that and believes that, but they didn't say it very well.
Okay. Dr. Zoda?
Nothing further to add.
Dr. Califat?
Nothing further. Just to state that although an EPA wants to rely on NHANES when possible, there are also other biomonitoring studies on select populations, but those are smaller studies. They may not be nationally representative, but some biomonitoring data exist even in workers for phthalates.
Okay. Yeah, if you could provide those references, I think that would be very helpful.
Those references are included in our write-up, and then as well as for some other segments of the population may be expected to not be well represented within the general population of NHANES.
Great. Dr. Zoda?
This is a question probably for EPA, but something that came up in our discussion is, when you think about unique subpopulations that are not included in NHANES. So let's say, for example, infants. I did a brief literature search, and there's very few US-based studies that have measured phthalates in infants or less than 3 years old, but there are quite a few European studies. And I was wondering if EPA could just comment on, so in this case, when there may not be analogous US data, I mean, are they open to using data in non-US settings, particularly for specific subpopulations, and or what are their views about using, for example, biomonitoring or food data from other settings?
Can anyone before we go back to the agency, can anyone on the committee answer that question so we don't have to break the rules?
So this is George Cobb. I think that the plan was to use biomonitoring data from Europe, from Canada, and from other from other sources. But if somebody thinks that I'm wrong, please speak up.
Anyone? Dr. David?
Yes, this is Ray David. I wanted to add to some of the comments made by.
Sorry to cut you off. Can you answer Dr. Zoda's question? I'll go back to you.
Oh, I beg your
again.
pardon. No, it wasn't. My hand was raised in response to Dr. Califat, not
Gotcha.
not Dr. Zoda.
Okay, great. If no one can answer the question, then I guess let's go to the agency. Can you answer that question?
Yeah, no, sorry, this was Sherry Blyce, and I just wanted to say my understanding was the same as Dr. Cobb's.
That European data can be used.
Correct.
Yes. And let's go ahead and ask for confirmation from Anthony, or I don't know who's doing the exposure side here, but
This is Mike Arashiro, and
Yeah.
I will respond to that question. Thank you for that question. We welcome any existing data sources on biomonitoring data and ways in which to utilize it to represent the US population. So in response to that question, yes, we would look and welcome any data sources that are available. Thank you.
okay, great. Thanks for that. Okay, Dr. I forget who was first. If it was David or Cobb, I'll go with you. Dr. Cobb, you want to go first?
Sure, real quick, I wanted to echo what Dr. Kissel said, and also state that this will come up in the next charge question as well. The chances of overestimating risk are understood and appropriate until we have data for the correct subpopulations that are susceptible, and the potential for underestimation is also there and is severely downplayed in the documents, and that is a concern of the folks that are writing charge question 17.
Okay, Dr. David.
Hi, this is Ray David. I just want to add on to what Dr. Califat said regarding biomonitoring data for selected populations, especially after specific exposure. So for example, even though they're not part of NHANES necessarily, there are studies that have looked at urinary concentrations of phthalates after exposure to, say, personal care products or to certain kinds of foods, or what happens to foods if it's cooked. And so those would probably help the agency in addressing their scenario-based estimates. There's something to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Chasen.
Thank you. I just wanted to, just for the purpose of putting this on the record, I remember when reading through the public comments that this subject was brought up in several places. I'm not sure if everybody had time to take a look at that, but if I would just want to make sure that people know that there are supporting comments. I can't quote them off the top of my head, but I know that they're in a couple of the points that were made in the things that were on the record. So I just wanted to recommend that to this committee.
Thanks. Dr. Kissel.
And I just wanted to comment with respect to Antonia's comment on biomonitoring studies that are available. In addition to being small, quite a few of them are old, and with substitution patterns and whatnot, you know, they may be answering the last question instead of the current question. So the biomonitoring data, I mean, you know, biomonitoring data are never what you would hope for in the ideal world. it's a messy picture, and integrating it all is somewhat difficult. And I don't think this particular document does a good job of it at all. Well, maybe it's not intended to, but the quantitative description of what we know about the world is very limited in this document.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Wyckoff?
Hi, thank you. Yes, Dr. Wyckoff. I wasn't sure of the exact place for this, but based on the last comment, I'll throw it in here. Really, it relates to A, B, and C in this charge question. Just a general recommendation that the draft be updated to reflect how aspects of data reliability and relevance, e.g. quality and validity, are considered in any exposure approach applied. This was not clear in the draft document. It's also recommended that the agency consider addressing uncertainty, both qualitatively and quantitatively in the exposure estimates. Such exercises would ideally include sensitivity analyses and characterizations of variability in the exposure estimates, as well as discussion on the confidence in exposure estimates. So essentially building out what was been started in the draft document in the table, which was very helpful in putting some numbers and more specifics around the variability, the uncertainty, and confidence. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Again, if you can get those comments to Dr. Babich, that'd be great. Dr. Kissel, your hand's still up, or you have anything else? No? Guess not. Okay. All right, let's move on to C. If that can be read into the record.
Micah Arashiro. EPA recognizes that intake estimates using scenario-based approach may not be directly comparable to estimates from a reverse dosimetry approach. Please comment on how these estimates can or cannot be calibrated to each other based on the uncertainties of each approach. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Babich.
Okay, so it's not clear what EPA is thinking of in terms of what they plan to do to calibrate the approaches. I guess that means compare. And our response, and well, first and foremost, biomonitoring data provides a comparator or a reality check on scenario-based estimates. We're not sure about the choice of word of calibration. We comment on that. And we also wonder whether how accurate the estimates from biomonitoring are at the upper percentiles of the occupational population. In small groups such as the occupational population, pregnant women or young children, none of which are adequately sampled in NHANES estimates. Of course, estimates for these groups can be fully checked against available data for other groups to assess plausibility. And of course, there are some data outside of NHANES where you do have data on at least some of the subpopulations. So, and then we pose the question, does EPA plan to estimate cumulative risk from the biomonitoring data or only for the conditions of use? That might be a useful exercise because it represents, at least for the general population, what the total exposures and total risks are. And it might help to prioritize their focus on the various conditions of use. Another advantage of the biomonitoring data is that it provides information on individuals. So you can look at distributions. And of course, you have situations where individuals in NHANES, you will see some people exposures are dominated by one phthalate, and other Other individuals may have more or less equal mix of the different phthalates. Now, one way to calibrate risk is to use the biomonitoring data as a measure of risks from all phthalates, all sources. Scenario-based assessments can be used to attribute portions of the total risk to the specific scenarios or specific phthalates. This can be done for average or upper bound exposures. However, this is not applicable to, again, to the small populations. This is, well, with NHANES at least, you're really only looking at conditions of use that are applicable to the general population. Now, getting to some more specific comments, section 6.3.2.2, EPA says, based on the assumption that the median exposure represented by NHANES data may not include individuals exposed to TSCA sources, EPA could combine the median exposures with exposure from TSCA conditions of use to estimate a cumulative exposure where a portion of the exposure was attributable to TSCA and could be used to inform individual phthalate risk assessments. And again, I think here it would be, I think, useful to clarify that they're talking about TSCA conditions of use that would be rare in the general population. Now, however, it's unlikely that we're going to see biomonitoring data for some of these very specific conditions of use. EPA has not framed the question well, but we think they're asking, can they supplement the NHANES biomonitoring data with scenario-based estimates where the former are likely to be adequate? And this is where we present, an estimate. If you have, the NHANES sample size is a little, 2,000 and something. And if you're dealing with, say, a worker population or even a consumer population where, say, some obscure hobby or DIY activity, you can make estimates of whether that's likely to be represented in the NHANES. It's when you have again a small subpopulation like that, it's probably not going to help you define the distribution of exposure. And really what you need, also you need is an estimate of the exposed population. And that's something that, EPA may be able to get for some conditions of use, maybe others, they can't do that. But in these cases, the scenario-based estimates are going to be better, better than the lack of biomonitoring data for when the biomonitoring data for that population is non-existent. Going a little bit farther down in the document, EPA says one approach would be to assume that the median exposure represents typical exposure to the US population and may not include those exposed to some specific COUs. And we refer to figure 6.2, where they show a cumulative distribution of NHANES, where the central tendency might be representative of individual exposures. that do not include exposure to some of the specific conditions of use, and the upper percentile represents highly exposed individual, which might include some of those TSCA COUs. Well, you know, and EPA is talking about adding some scenarios to the median exposure from the general population. And we comment that, well, the median exposure may be too low to use as a starting value. It's possible that the NHANES data contains very few individuals that are exposed to many of these TSCA COUs, even at the upper percentiles for COUs applicable to small populations. And a little bit farther on, EPA says using the upper percentile with that assumption, however, would not allow source apportionment of the TSCA source of exposure to cumulative exposure. Well, again, the biomonitoring data doesn't allow you to do source apportionment, but it can be done with a scenario-based approach. And if the scenario-based approach includes upper bound estimates, then, you know, perhaps that can be applied to the upper bound each biomonitoring data. And so that's our responses to the specific, to Part C. We do have some other comments, other general comments to add, but we could discuss at this time our responses to Part C.
Okay, Dr. Kissel?
First one, editorial comment, what Mike just read there used the word adequate when the text says inadequate, which kind of flipped the meaning of one of his statements. So just to get that on the record. And I would add that for those of us who don't do phthalate work on a regular basis, it becomes kind of difficult to assimilate all of the information and get perspective. And this discussion of what are the sources and what's big and what's small, I mean, I reflexively assume that the industrial workers have the highest exposures and other people in various categories have lower exposures. But a summary table which just listed some existing biomonitoring data, which gave a perspective on where those exposures are, would be very helpful in assessing this whole issue, and it's not in the document.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Zoda?
No further comments.
Dr. Califat?
My comments were reflected, no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the committee for C? Okay, Dr. Babich, you had some additional.
Yes, we have some additional comments, relatively minor comments. So moving on to lines 3275. The report says, a further assumption can then be that the upper percentiles include individuals with TSCA exposures, as well as highly exposed individuals and individuals with differences in kinetics that make them more susceptible to phthalate exposure. Using the upper percentile with that assumption, however, would not allow source apportionment of the TSCA source of exposure to cumulative exposure, which is necessary to inform individual phthalate risk determinations under TSCA. Additionally, there may not be data to support NHANES being representative of occupational or fence line populations. Well, we agree that the extent to which biomonitoring data can reflect specific or encompass specific COUs is unknown. This is particularly true, again, it depends on the population, the subpopulation size relative to the general population. And then section 6.3.2.1, current data, food exposure from diet can be significant for many of the phthalates, and current food data on current food residues are needed to estimate phthalate exposure from foods, and we provide some references for that. And then we add, this is more hypothetical, but phthalate exposure from food is often attributed to food packaging and food processing equipment, but we wonder whether that's entirely true. And the reason being that because phthalates, we heard a little bit earlier, are ubiquitous in the environment, they're in water, the soil, they're in biota. So I would just caution that the food, what's in food may be due to general environmental contamination. The food may not be EPA covered under TSCA, but perhaps the general environmental contamination is covered under either TSCA or other EPA statutes. And along those same lines, when EPA, this is getting into the policy part, but in conducting this risk assessment, EPA might keep in mind that it's the total amount of phthalate produced may be just as important as the specific conditions of use. And if it comes to the risk management stage. And finally, EPA should consider, where appropriate, other sources of biomonitoring data for small groups like pregnant women, infants, children, and occupational exposures, such to the extent that those data are available, they can be very informative. And preference should be given to national studies or larger studies, but we give some examples of other sources of biomonitoring data other than NHANES. And that's all we have.
Okay, let me go to the agency for questions of clarification.
Mike Arshura, no clarifications needed, and we thank the panel for their input on the entirety of charge question 16. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's try to squeeze in 17 before lunch. I think we can probably get that in. We'd read that into the record.
I'll read charge question 17. In section 6.3.2.1, EPA briefly discusses a tiered approach to exposure assessment based on data availability, where different tiers may utilize deterministic or probabilistic models. Exposure from different exposure scenarios may be estimated using different tiers of models based on data availability and combined to determine cumulative exposure. Section 6.3.2.4 discusses the uncertainty of combining exposures estimated using different tiers of assessment. Please comment on the challenges associated with combining exposure estimated across different tiers of exposure assessment and potential solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. George Cobb's our lead on this one.
The Thank you. We've got a fair length comment here. I'm going to try to read it the best I can, try not to duplicate things too much. First of all, the reviewers congratulate the EPA for developing the approach for cumulative risk assessment. It's a big undertaking. We feel the tiered approach is reasonable and appropriate, a reasonable and appropriate goal for assessing such risks. However, the key to all tiered assessments is having sufficiently robust data to allow significant reduction of uncertainty when moving from a lower to a higher tier. If data availability is a driving factor for the approach, there should be at least some high standard for processing of harvesting the relevant data, gaining real-world perspectives on the possible sources, communities of interest, opportunities for co-exposure, and many other elements of the CRA. Using data from other countries would benefit the assessment, and EPA has properly acknowledged that there are potential differences in dietary habits and other habits across countries. It should be noted that specific phthalates and their concentrations within foods may differ among countries depending on regulatory limits for additives and packaging constituents. Appropriate adjustment factors may be needed for use of these international data. Collecting phthalate data from U.S. foods along with other data for relevant toxic chemicals would strengthen the CRA and future evaluations of cumulative risks in the U.S. marketplace. The CRA document mentions overestimations of exposure several times. The committee is equally concerned that the approach can underestimate exposures. Uncertainties associated with scenarios developed may require large adjustment factors to mitigate such uncertainties. Oh gosh, give me a second. Lost my place. So at the highest level of assessment, parsing data from different exposure scenarios seems to be arbitrary. You could start from a much higher level and look at all exposures regardless of use, and then determine if there's enough risk to then begin to parse into whether or not the different conditions of use are important. We'll also mention that overall, the measurement of actual concentrations in human urine or serum would be far preferable to other types of estimates. The EPA cites only one source of urinary phthalate levels from infants, but Dr. Braun, who is discussing on this question, has published at least one study with young children, infants, and there are others ongoing, and we have citations for that, and we'll provide those. Also, there are European data sets that are being updated annually, and they would be in addition to the risk estimates that have already been concluded. And those newer data should at least be evaluated to see if they would influence at all the risk assessments that have been done in those other jurisdictions. If scenarios are used in this assessment, extreme care must be taken to ensure that reasonable exposure routes are included, not simply major exposure routes. For example, in figure 6.1, the inhalation and oral exposure routes seem to exclude exposures from things like plastic bags, small storage containers, and other household products. Two of the chemicals that are part of this cumulative risk assessment were elevated at the request of the regulated community. However, there appear to be insufficient data to truly assess their contribution to the cumulative phthalate risk. It should be incumbent upon those making the request for expedited review to provide phthalate quantifications in populations that may be exposed to these phthalates. And particular attention should be paid to pregnant females and younger males in these data sets. The agency should require these data sets be produced to support this cumulative risk assessment. Okay, a few more comments. We mentioned the concern with overestimating cumulative risk, and I want to repeat that and make sure that the language in the document is altered to include both under and over estimates of risk. Also, on the language side, there seems to be a disconnect, at least from my perspective, in the discussion of double counting. The text seems to indicate that the use of NHANES data double counts exposures, and it seems more logical that the NHANES data summarizes or aggregates the exposures, and any double counting is because you're going back to a condition of use exposure scenario for which there's limited, if any, data, and that's where the double counting occurs, not in the use of the NHANES data. That may be a matter of semantics, but I feel that's an important. Also, there are data from U.S. populations, as we heard from some of the public commenters, that can address some exposures in those U.S. populations, specifically Arctic villages, Alaskan populations, those people using Southwest diets and the like. And those can very much influence this subpopulations that might be at risk. There do not appear to be sufficient data to support probabilistic risk for the sensitive subpopulations. We'll also point out again, there's time for producers and users to reasonably help to fill those data gaps. And finally, the World Health Organization does have a framework wherein problem formulation begins with the nature of exposure, key components of exposure. And this is going back, I think, to a point about exposure being equally important to the hazard. Excuse me, to the toxicology. Also, in closing, one discussant suggested that before conducting any CRA, a document similar to the phthalates document be published and highlighted for attention of other EPA offices, regional offices, and interested organizations who may have shown an interest in this SACC meeting, and that document should identify the information that's available to EPA and describe the intentions of the CRA and call for documents and other data, basically a data call-in, if you will. And EPA could then maintain a list of all those who were interested in this and keep in contact with them. Finally, there are a couple of typos and grammatical things we do not need to get into, but we'll provide those as well, just as housekeeping. And that concludes my comments. I think I got comments from virtually all on the all of the discussions, and with that, I'll close.
Yeah, I guess you would get them virtually, right? So, yeah, first associate discussant would be Dr. Baker. Dr. Baker? Okay. Let's go on to Dr. Chasen. Dr. Chasen?
Sorry. This is Dr. Chasen. Thank you for that summary. And I only had one additional comment, which might be it might be impossible to have certainty that combinations of values derived from different tiers of assessment would be, if you will, mathematically perfect. However, I think it would be helpful if in those cases, the EPA very clearly at least list what some of the potential complications were, so that number one, the people on the reading this would understand and hopefully sympathize with such kinds of complications. For example, how data are used in deterministic evaluations versus probabilistic assessments tools, and even what kind of values are chosen from a distribution of values that represent any given parameter. For example, in a deterministic, did you choose the mean? Did you choose the upper bound? And that would yield a different inference, if you will, than if you are using all of the data in some kind of parametric distribution in a probabilistic model. So I think this emphasizes, number one, the need for the risk assessors to truly understand the internal dynamics of the more complicated tools, but also, since certainly the public doesn't understand that, for them to highlight those areas where there could be complications, if you will, that prevent one from doing a sensitivity analysis possibly, or something like that. This does not in any way infer that the assessment is illegitimate that they come up with, but I think that that is or would be a responsible way to go ahead and use the best available science and not dumb anything down, just explain what these mathematical realities are. I think that would be a good way, a responsible way for communicating the answers to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Dr. Baker. Are you
Yes,
on?
I'm here. I couldn't get to my unmute in time.
Don't worry.
I have no additional comments to add, and thank you, Dr. Cobb, for your excellent summary.
Okay, Dr. Kissel.
Yeah, I have two comments. First, I want to flesh out the statement about underestimation by EPA models. Just to get this in the record, there are two notable cases which are very heavily quantified data sets with large amounts of environmental and biomonitoring data that I would like to bring to the attention of the collected group. One of those are the CTEP studies in which EPA in North Carolina, Ohio, sampled a lot of children and did a lot of associated environmental sampling. And for 3 pesticides for which mass balances are possible, the EPA predictions, which are ostensibly ridiculously conservative, underestimated in all 3 cases. And the other case was also pesticide based, and it's in the pesticide world. It's an article of faith among the regulated community that everything that EPA does overstates risk badly. In the PHED, Pesticide Handlers Exposure Database, exposures to chlorpyrifos, there's 13 studies, and in 8 of the 13, the ostensibly conservative assumptions underestimate the biomonitoring data. And if those assumptions were truly conservative, you would expect that mostly you would get overestimation and not underestimation. So I would like to note that there are reasons that these things happen, that underestimation happens, and they include missing pathways. EPA is sometimes a little too casual in throwing out pathways that they declare to be minor. They also sometimes use incorrect paradigms. For instance, the fixed fractional absorption in the dermal world is junk science, and it's still the standard. There's also then the problem of mistakenly specified population distribution. So in many EPA analyses, there is typically a central tendency estimate and then an upper estimate. And through very sloppy language and excessively casual use, that upper bound then becomes a 95th percentile, even when there's no distribution from which you can actually pluck a 95th percentile. And it turns out some of those conservative numbers actually aren't 95th percentiles. And so while the logic of compounded conservatism, that if you multiply a whole bunch of 95th percentiles together, you get something much more conservative than a 95th percentile, is impeccable. If you're multiplying numbers together that aren't actually 95th percentiles, then that logic doesn't matter. And so I would suggest that those cases, CTEP and PHED, are among the best documented cases that we have, and EPA's exposure assessments actually underestimate exposure in those cases. The second point had to do with, and the references are provided in the final write-up. The second one, EPA kind of waves their hands at doing probabilistic or deterministic analyses, and that's fine because data availability is an issue and it's changing, and so they want to leave themselves flexibility, and I understand that. But they don't adequately discuss, so they're leaning heavily on equation 6.1, which is a deterministic equation, and it's fine with deterministic math, but you can't use equation 6.1 directly if you're going to move to a probabilistic approach. And EPA knows that. There's a recent publication, Stanfield et al. 2022, which they use a Bayesian approach to back calculate intake from NHANES urinary data. So they know how to do it. But the problem is not that EPA doesn't know what they're doing. The problem is that they just don't say what they're doing, and they don't flesh out the appropriate mathematical considerations here. And in addition to a data problem posed by switching from deterministic to probabilistic math, there is a mathematical sophistication problem, and they should also acknowledge that. And that's my additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Braun.
Sure. I just want to thank Dr. Cobb for summarizing all that, and also echo that I agree with Dr. Kissel's points that he raised. I just have one additional point, or a couple additional points to make. One is that I feel like this section, again, echoing some of what Dr. Kissel said, is that there's a lot of emphasis on ways that exposure would be overestimated, but less on how it would be underestimated. And in particular concern to me is we're lacking data in a lot of these areas regarding exposure from food sources and dust, and even things like breast milk. There's not a lot of data on that for phthalates. So the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, and we need that lack of data. If that's not included, we're going to lose. You're going to underestimate the exposure, and I think more attention needs to be paid to that. And relatedly, the quality of the different of the evidence needs to be considered. And this is mentioned, but I think that's an important piece of this. The other thing is that, I feel like well, I'll stop there. That's really my key point.
Okay, thanks. Other panel members? No one else wants to jump in? Dr. Tan?
Yeah, I just really appreciate what Dr. Kissel and Dr. Brown have said. And I think it really gets back to our conversation earlier on pests. It kind of is the same issue of what came up there. And I just want to encourage EPA to really think about these exposures that we just don't have a lot of data on, and consider them, because I think that's part of the value of doing a cumulative risk assessment. So just wanted to make that point.
Dr. Cobb?
So first of all, thanks to all the discussants and other committee members for making these comments. I've done my best to capture all of the verbal comments. I would point out to Dr. Braun's point that he did state some specific types of products that he had concerns with being underestimated. I'll make sure those are in the written notes. I just didn't speak each one for brevity. And I think that the comment about the underestimation of exposure when you do not have a robust data set from which to draw centiles of probability is really an important thing to note, and the agency should pay particular attention to that.
Great. Anyone else? Sounds like you've got consensus on that, George. Don't hear anybody disagreeing. So with that, I think we will go back to the agency to see if they have any questions of clarification.
Mike Arashiro, no questions for clarification, and we thank the panel for their input. Thank you. Great.
Okay, at this point, let's go ahead and break for an East Coast lunch. So let's be back. What's 12:37 there? So let's be back at 1:40 Eastern time. Does that sound good? And we'll pick up charge question 18. Well, welcome back, everybody, from our break. At this point, anytime we take a break like that, we have to do a roll call. So I'll go through the list again. Just please indicate that you're here. Beginning with Dr. Apte.
Here.
Dr. Baker.
Present.
Dr. Blystone.
Present.
Dr. Chasen.
Present.
Okay. Dr. Cobb.
I'm here.
Dr. Davies.
Here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Here.
Dr. Johnson.
I'm here.
Dr. Kissel.
Here.
Dr. Mazurlian. Dr. Mazurlian. Dr. Prisbilla.
Present.
Dr. Reif. Dr. Reif. Okay, Dr. Rollins
I'm here.
and Dr. Voorhees.
Here.
Great. And Dr. Babbage. Dr. Babbage. Dr. Braun.
Present.
Dr. Califat.
Present.
Dr. Chapin.
I'm here.
Dr. David.
Present.
Dr. Engel.
Here.
Dr. Fox.
Present.
Dr. Hertzberg.
Present.
Dr. Hadashell.
Present.
Dr. Kwok.
Present.
Dr. Payne Sturgis.
I'm here.
Dr. Tan.
Here.
Dr. Wyckoff.
Present.
Dr. Zoda.
Present.
Okay, let me go back to Dr. Babbage.
Present.
Great. Dr. Reif. Dr. Reif. Okay, Dr. Mazurlian. Okay, maybe they'll join us a little later. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our next charge question. We have 4 left. See if we can do that in about 3 hours, I guess. We'll see. Charge question 18. If we can have that read into the record.
Micah Arshura, charge question 18. As shown in steps 4 to 5 of EPA's conceptual model figure 2.1, and subsequently described in detail in section 6.4.1 and 6.4.2 for consumers and workers, EPA proposes to consider non-attributable and non-TSCA exposure or combining with TSCA exposures for consumer and occupational conditions of use, COUs, in step 9 that are identified as major exposure pathways and are anticipated to lead to co-exposure. Please comment on strengths and uncertainties of this approach. If appropriate, please provide alternative approaches that the EPA may consider for determining cumulative exposure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our lead discussant for 18 is Dr. Zoda.
All right. This question focuses on the strengths and uncertainties of the proposed combination of non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures as defined on page 115 of the draft phthalate CRA report with TSCA exposures from consumer and occupational conditions of use under step 9 of the cumulative risk assessment conceptual model. There have been a number of comparisons of reverse dosimetry and scenario-based phthalate exposure reconstruction in different populations. In a general population sample in China, Cao et al. Found few differences between these approaches with respect to the median exposure. Yoon et al. Compared reverse dosimetry with probabilistic scenario-based modeling in a Korean population that included young children and found they generally yielded similar results except at the high exposure levels, where scenario-based methods generally produce lower estimates of exposure for children under the age of 6 as compared to reverse dosimetry. These two examples highlight challenges associated with relying on a single method for all populations of concern. A strength of the proposed approach is the consideration of non-attributable and non-TSCA exposure, as they are critical in accurately estimating total exposure to included phthalates. In addition, it is a strength that exposure scenarios may allow for certain pathways to be more important in specific subpopulations, for example, dust exposures for young children, and that exposures to multiple phthalates via multiple pathways and routes are included. So now we'll speak to some of the uncertainties. However, depending on the exposure assessment approach employed, this proposal may also implicitly assume that the same theoretical or average individual is being exposed concurrently to multiple phthalates from all the TSCA and non-TSCA sources. That is, in the draft phthalate CRA report, the agency proposed a scenario-based approach to develop various life stage specific exposure estimates of phthalates. If the agency decides to evaluate the cumulative exposures of phthalates using a deterministic approach, given the data uncertainties as detailed on page 130, and therefore the assumptions made to compensate for these uncertainties, the exposure estimate from each of these TSCA and non-TSCA sources may likely be strongly influenced by data uncertainties. However, a probabilistic approach may be able to better address the potential influence from data uncertainties, as illustrated in the studies by Bosgra et al. And Vermeer et al. Exposure assessment approaches may be more or less accurate in specific subpopulations. In addition, data gaps with respect to the presence of phthalates in various environmental media and consumer products, in addition to the lack of comprehensive data on the presence of phthalates in various components of the food supply, which is critical to accurately accounting for non-TSCA exposures, have previously been raised as potential sources of uncertainty for a scenario-based exposure modeling approach. Additionally, for example, phthalates used in fragrances are often not listed on the label, which may be a limitation of product formulation data, both for TSCA COUs and non-TSCA sources. Reverse dosimetry approaches for characterizing non-TSCA or TSCA exposures will similarly be challenged by the lack of comprehensive biomonitoring sources of data for children under the age of 3 and pregnant women, and in certain subpopulations who may be at higher risk of exposure to social vulnerabilities, and also less likely to participate in public health and biomedical studies due to medical mistrust, such as certain racial ethnic minority groups. For example, NHANES does not provide biomonitoring data for children under the age of 3, and they were only included starting in 2016. There are a few US-based studies of children under the age of 3. However, most of the studies of infant and toddlers are among populations based outside of the US. In addition, the exposure duration needs to match with the time frame corresponding to the toxicological effect observed. The draft phthalate CRA report provides evidence that in utero exposure of rat fetuses to phthalates during a specific vulnerable window of development resulted in adverse developmental effects, including fetal testicular testosterone reduction and malformations. However, human studies find that the prenatal window is a sensitive period of exposure to phthalates, with particular emphasis on the first trimester. One reviewer suggested, and here there was not consensus among our group, but one reviewer suggested that based on the US EPA guideline of developmental toxicity risk assessment, these phthalate-induced developmental effects could be considered as a single dose effect, i.e. an acute toxic effect. Hence, for combining non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures with TSCA COU exposures, the exposure timeframe of interest is a single day instead of multiple days. In other words, combining non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures with TSCA COU exposures to be based on exposure events that may occur reasonably in the same day. Focusing the exposure assessment on a single day may simplify the input data gathering effort. once again, there was not consensus on that recommendation. And then lastly, there was a request for alternate approaches. And one thing we noted was, as written, it seems that occupational estimates exclude consumer estimates, and consumer estimates of COUs exclude occupational estimates. Scenarios should be developed that combine consumer and occupational estimates, since it is highly plausible that workers will also be consumers.
Okay, thanks. Let's go through the associates now. Dr. Engel.
Yes, excuse me. Stephanie Engel. So yeah, that generally captures, I think, my feelings as well. The one thing I would just like to point out or add in addition to that is that on page 134, 6.4.1.2, and this might be in a different charge. I'm not really, it actually is kind of confusing to me which part of this goes in which part of the charge question, but I'll just put it for the record here. There's several assumptions that are laid out in that paragraph that I believe are too strong. One is that because there's limited evidence that consumers use more than one phthalate containing product, that equates to an assumption that they don't use more than one phthalate containing product. And so, you know, my general feeling was raised by Dr. Braun earlier, was that a lack of evidence of an effect isn't evidence of no effect. And I think the assumption described in this paragraph generally need to at least be subjected to sensitivity analyses to understand the extent to which these assumptions might lead to an underestimation of TSCA COU exposures. And that's the only thing I'll add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fox.
Nothing to add.
And Dr. Kwok.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, other committee members. Dr. Braun?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the record that I'll be sending a paper to Dr. Zoda that the EPA could reference as well, that showed in a study previously conducted among couples in Boston that there's evidence of joint use of multiple personal care products, indicating there's this potential for co-exposure. Even if the consumer marketing data doesn't suggest it, you know, we have epidemiologic data to show this.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Kissel?
Yeah, I wanted to add a point that there's in our question list, there's no analog to question 4 for the cumulative risk document. So we're not invited to talk about total overall quality or clarity. And I wanted to, since this question specifically calls out steps 4 and 5 in figure 2.1, then I wanted to comment on that figure. And EPA has said that this doesn't necessarily apply to all cases and et cetera, et cetera. So they've caveated themselves out of the being held strictly to what's in figure 2.1. But I would like to point out that they point out 4 dermal pathways, none of which include direct contact with vapor. And phthalates are among the compounds for which the evidence of direct dermal uptake from vapor is most solid. The seminal Weschler-Nazaroff paper from 2014 shows explicit calculations for 4 phthalates, including DIBP, and phthalates fall into the class of compounds for which the ratio of dermal vapor to inhalation is highest by calculation. And then in a follow-up paper, Weschler et al. 2015, those investigators actually demonstrated experimentally that dermal uptake of a couple of phthalates from vapor is near or above inhalation uptake. So this is a class of compounds for which we have very good evidence of direct dermal uptake from vapor, and that's not included in the figure. And I'm not particularly reassured by looking at the scoping documents for a couple of the specific compounds that are out there. So I think EPA may be missing a pathway here, which is another reason why their estimates might not be conservative. And I'll provide references.
Thank you. Dr. Engel?
Sorry. Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Kissel. That was really helpful. Also, I just wanted to add one more thing I forgot to register before, which is concern that the product formulation data is likely incomplete, but also excludes exposure emanating from product packaging.
Okay. Thanks for that. Any other committee comments? Dr. Kissel, your hand's still up, just to let you know there. Thanks. Okay, Dr. Zota, you mentioned that there was some disagreement on some of the points there. Could we have sort of that in the discussion in terms of just to get a general idea of whether or not it's a majority of the committee feels this way, or a minority approach, or how that is viewed in terms of the overall sort of interactions there?
I will give my opinion, but I also defer to the other committee members to please speak up to make sure that I'm conveying that. But this idea to focus on to look at the most sensitive effect as an acute toxic effect that would warrant looking at single day exposure, so concurrent phthalates that are occurring within a single day, was shared by the minority of our committee. So
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if others on the committee, you feel that is reflective of the conversations we had, but I'm happy to, please others weigh in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to get at there. Anybody else feel that's a important point to highlight? Okay, so it sounds like a minority. Okay, Dr. Engel?
Sorry, I can't get to my hand.
I saw you. You're right.
I used the low-tech version.
Low-tech version. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say that I did not share that opinion, mostly because I don't really understand it. I think it was a simplifying assumption that was suggested for the purpose of hazard cumulative risk assessment, but it kind of contradicts some of my epi instincts with respect to the nature of exposure and the sort of duration of exposure over time, considering the half-life. So it's not necessarily that I disagree with it, it's that I can't jive it with real life exposure patterns. And so I don't feel informed enough to endorse it.
Okay. Yeah, in fact, that's, that text would be very helpful as well, even on the in the minutes for sure. If you want to place that in there, that would be totally appropriate. Okay, and I think you mentioned there was another. Was that the primary side of disagreement? Was there anything else that was in that question that consensus was not raised?
To my knowledge, it was really that one point.
Okay. Again, anybody want to pipe in on this? Okay. All right, thanks. So hopefully you have everything you need there, Dr. Soda, from folks. And
Yeah, I would encourage Dr. Kitzel and Dr. Braun to to please follow up with written text and citations.
Great. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. With that, let me turn it over to the agency. Any questions or clarification there?
Micah Arshura, no clarifications needed. Thank you for your input.
Great, thank you. Okay, shall we move on then to number 18 or number 19? We can read that into the record.
Anthony Liz here. So I'll read in charge question 19. In section 6.4.1.2, EPA proposes an approach to determine co-exposure to multiple phthalates from consumer TSCA COUs for consumers as part of step 7 of EPA's conceptual model, so figure 2.2.1. EPA discusses the limited data to support co-exposure to multiple phthalates across different consumer TSCA COUs, as well as the limited data to support the co-occurrence of multiple phthalates within a single product. Please comment on strengths and uncertainties of this approach. If appropriate, please provide information on additional existing data that EPA will consider for determining co-exposure to consumer products. Thank you.
Okay, our lead on this question is Dr. Blystone.
Yeah, thanks. Sherry Blystone here. Not a lot of comments, and some of which I think you might have heard versions of before. So I will encourage the other members to speak up to amplify anything that I say. But in general, there was agreement that limited data supporting co-exposure is not having that is a challenge because of the lack of data. But that lack of data does not suggest a lack of exposure or co-exposure. And really, the only way to defend a position of no co-exposure is to get actual data. There was a question from at least one person that about whether or not EPA plans to estimate average exposures only, or would they include upper bound exposure? So that might need some clarification in the document. Comment was that a probabilistic approach, if it's practical in this case, is one way to estimate co-exposures. Human biomonitoring data provide information on co-exposures in the general population. This can be used as validation for scenario-based approaches. And the biomonitoring data show that individuals in the NHANES data have variable levels of co-exposures. Some individual exposures are dominated by a single phthalate, while some may be exposed to a mixture of phthalates at roughly comparable levels. That's from CPSC 2014. We have the reference. There was a question about the exclusion of certain COUs. I think we just heard a little bit of this previously. Example is packaging and storage containers that represent routes of phthalate exposure that appear to be excluded. And I think if I'm reading that correctly, that's really referring to the non-FDA packaging, for example. Dietary phthalate concentrations may be different given differing limitations on food additive or on packaging constituents. The degree to which packaging of other plastic or of plastics experience heat can also influence inhalation or dietary co-exposure. And that's a comment in reference to line 3190. There was a comment that, EPA says they're going to get publicly available data on formulation and SDSs. And there was a caution that relying on information from safety data sheets you find on the web might need to be vetted with the manufacturers because SDSs can have an extended lifetime on the web and be, the products that they refer to may either have been discontinued or reformulated. So it's important for FDA or for EPA to go back and kind of validate that information with the manufacturer. This is sort of separate, but there was a question about where EPA stands on adding DINP to the TRI rule, which was a rule was proposed in 2022. I don't think that's been finalized yet, but so there was a question about whether EPA plans to get that added to TRI so that they would have some additional information. And that is all that I had. So I will turn it over to the rest of the discussants.
Okay, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you for that great summary, Sherry. I would just echo that the lack of data indicating co-exposure doesn't mean there's no co-exposure. There has to be some data to support that. And if there's no data, you cannot assume there's no co-exposure.
Okay, Dr. Kissel.
I don't have any further comments.
Okay, and Dr. Babich. Dr. Babich, are you there? Muted? No? Okay. Okay, at this point, let's open it up to the rest of the committee. Anybody have any issues with what has been said or wish to add anything additional? Okay, again, everything that's been said will grow in as agreement, as consensus, unless somebody has something else to. Oh, there's Dr. Chasen.
Thank you. I don't have any comments on this specific issue, but I've noted that at least in the last four sections, there have been discussions that are, I would say, general principles. And as such, I just wanted, for the record, I've kind of kept a listing of what some of those might be. And I know that others are as well. So those will be referred back to the leads for consideration in the first document. We've said this multiple times, but I just wanted to put it in the record again. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear we'll be able to cross-section back to the first document. So cross-reference, sorry. Dr. Babich.
I have no additional comments.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else on number 19? Okay, hearing none, let's go back to the agency. Any questions of clarification from you?
Mike Arashiro, no questions for clarification on EPA side, and thank you for your input.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move forward then to number 20.
Mike Arashiro again. I'm seeing charge question 19 on the, oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Charge question 20 in section 6.4.2.2, EPA proposes an approach to determine co-exposure to multiple phthalates from occupational TSCA COUs for workers as part of step 7 of EPA's conceptual model, figure 2.1. In the absence of workplace monitoring data, EPA proposes to utilize release estimates to determine the potential for co-exposures to workers in a workplace setting. Please comment on strengths and uncertainties of this approach. If appropriate, please provide information on additional existing data that EPA may consider for determining co-exposure for workers. Thank you.
Okay, the lead for this question is Dr. Chasen.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Chasen. EPA has assembled the key information resources available in lieu of workplace monitoring data. The only other information sources which may be of value are, number one, reports from the Emergency Planning and Community Rights to Know Act of 1986, which was authorized by Title III of the Superfund Amendments and Reauthorization Act. This was enacted to help communities plan for chemical emergencies and requires industry to report on storage, use, and release of certain chemicals to federal, state, tribal, territorial, and local governments. It also requires these reports to be used to prepare and protect communities from potential risks, and there's citations. For hazardous chemicals used and stored in workplaces, facilities must maintain these safety data sheets. Although we've heard that there's concern about that as well, so we should add that. A second possible source is hazardous materials transportation reports compiled by FEMA from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and we have some references. Chemicals transported to and from industrial facilities, and the compilation of some information could inform the types of chemicals on hand over time, as well as note frequencies and circumstances of releases. It is suggested that EPA confer with FEMA authorities to highlight the types of reports that may be of use for the phthalates assessments. If useful, this type of data should be utilized for other CRA projects. The approach for utilization of the sources of information, as described in section 6.4.2.2, will be laborious, but seems to be a reasonable approach at this time. Suggestions and comments for EPA to consider include lines 3890 to 3893, the elimination of urinary phthalate metabolites that may represent multiple parent phthalates must be approached with caution. Also, measuring parent phthalates could, at a minimum, provide reasonable indications of the presence or absence of different parents. This would unambiguously demonstrate co-exposure. Such data are needed from workers in industries where multiple phthalates are reasonably expected to be used. Next, utilizing the information and dealing with data gaps with a principle of, quote, positive assumption, end quote, meaning co-exposures could be considered to exist given any indication that that's possible, unless industry or others can refute that assumption with data. Next, EPA's expectation that any monitoring data will be infrequently available, lines 3930 to 3931, is probably true, but EPA attorneys and attorneys from OSHA or other relevant state and federal agencies could be approached for advice on any legal avenues for obtaining such information. Next, EPA might consider developing profiles of the workers most likely to encounter co-exposures based on the type of work they do. For example, workplace cleaners, inspectors, or other types of workers who move throughout a plant or clean machines, containers, workplace environments, both indoors and outdoors, may experience more co-activities producing opportunities for co-exposures. Advice from industrial engineers or OSHA experts on such matters could be available. Next, perhaps the EPA could consider workers involved in transportation of phthalates in commerce and transporting hazardous waste containing phthalates, as distribution in commerce is a required part of the definition of COUs with the CFR noted. Regulations for such workplace practices, regulations concerning spills and sites, is available from EPA and was developed in collaboration with the Department of Transportation. And again, the citation is given. Again, advisors from the Transportation Agency may be able to highlight information sources and authorities to obtain data for the worker exposure scenarios. And then we received this from one of our team. Confidential business information should not pose an impediment for EPA obtaining the use or employee count data. Use of such data may require aggregating data that is available to the public so that truly CBI are protected. Avoidance of environmental reporting should not be allowed on the basis of CBI. I must point out that I did not vet this with all the members of the team here. So please, people, don't hesitate to pipe up and see what we think about that. And then line 3890 to 3893, the elimination of urinary phthalate metabolites. Whoops, I think this is a duplicate. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's a duplicate. Next, as the worker exposures are compiled together with non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures, we hope EPA will assume that these workers live in the fence-line communities with the unique exposure scenarios likely to yield co-exposures to the very chemicals they encountered in their jobs. Workers are also consumers, leading again to co-exposures, and we've supplied 5 additional references there. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go with our associates now. Dr. Cobb.
So I have nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Kissel.
I'm in general agreement. EPCR was the first thing I thought of with respect to trying to estimate co-exposures. It would be potentially interesting if you had, in addition to release data, if you had use data or production data, and to see which of those is most strongly correlated with exposure. But of course, that would require additional cooperation of the manufacturers, which if, as we heard in the last section, they might even be hesitant to release or to vouch for MSDS information, then it's really unlikely that they would tell us how much stuff they're buying and selling. I would add at this point to my laundry list of things that are missing from this document. In evaluating co-exposures, it would be helpful to have information on the physical chemical properties of the agents that we're talking about here, which would show up in each of the individual risk assessment or risk evaluations, but are not in this document, and it wouldn't take that much to, it's a one-page table with the physical chemical properties of all of the phthalates, is something that's missing from this document, which would help evaluate what's going on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. David?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Open to the rest of the committee. Dr. Tan.
Yes, I was just wondering if this question would include, or the response to this question would include take-home exposures, and because it's an occupational exposure, but then it's transferred potentially to children and pregnant women.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Dr. Tan? For some reason, it was a little garbled. Would you say that again?
Sure. Yeah, I was just thinking about take-home exposures and wondering if that could be included in this question response, or if it would be included elsewhere. But I think it's an important thing to put on the record and have in the document as an exposure that's associated with occupational exposures that EPA should explore further.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the other questions. It seems like there were some, non-TSCA COU components in there, but we can put it together when we write up the minutes to put it appropriately in the right spot. So thanks for the comment. Dr. Blystone?
Yeah, hi, Sherry Blystone. Just reacting a little bit to CBI information provided to the agency, which is actually done all the time. So there is information, at least from the manufacturers, under the CDR rule for numbers of workers and all that, and volumes and things like that. So I do recognize that downstream, workplaces that data might not be available, but I don't. I mean, certainly there's a mechanism for submitting confidential information directly to the agency. Sorry, that's it.
Okay, and I'm assuming that, yeah, in terms of that, the write-up, Dr. Chasen, if you could put that caveat within.
Yes, I think that's important. Dr. Blystone, could you help me with appropriate text for that?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, anyone else want to chime in?
Dan, this is George. I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand, but on this confidential business information, that was my comment, and it was kind of directed at the in the absence of workplace data, and so that was the context within which I wrote that response, and it may seem too aggressive in the way it was stated, and that's just my inarticulate nature, but we'll try to make that sound a little maybe less confrontational.
Great, thanks, George. Okay, anyone else on 20 here? Okay, not hearing any. I go to the agency to ask if there's any questions of clarification.
Mike Arshiro, no questions for clarification, and we thank you all for your input on charge question 20.
All right. Shall we move to the final question here? Probably not the final question, but it's the final question we have today anyway.
Final written question. Mike Arshiro, charge question 21. In section 6.4.3.2 and 6.4.3.3, EPA proposes a stepwise approach to determine co-exposure to individuals who may be part of a fence line community and who are also consumers and or workers. However, EPA has not identified a proposed methodology, data sources, or lines of evidence to fully develop the cumulative fence line assessment. Please provide information on existing data sources that EPA may consider for developing the cumulative fence line assessment. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Tan, you are our lead for this one.
Okay. We wrote another opus, so please just bear with me. I'm going to read through the whole thing. Our key recommendations are, overall, we are happy that EPA is taking on the task of conducting cumulative risk assessments for chemicals, and we applaud them in their efforts to start this process within TSCA. However, there are a few areas of confusion that relate to this charge question and others, and where it would be helpful to provide some clarification. Reviewers discussed that the focus on frontline communities as the general population is confusing, as stated in earlier questions. More information from the previous SACC document on fence line communities should be pulled into the phthalate CRA to provide more context and clarity on why EPA is focusing specifically on fence line communities. Reviewers disagreed on whether the focus should be solely on fence line communities for this CRA or whether it should be expanded to include both fence line communities as well as other environmental justice communities. And on that point, one reviewer stated that including environmental justice communities expands the concept of fence line to something that is common to all households, not just the ones in proximity to manufacturing facilities. Such exposures would be captured by human biomonitoring data. I think that the agency is really looking for an approach that is more relevant for communities such as the one described by one of the public commenters where schools and homes were near manufacturing. Another reviewer noted that although I don't disagree with the general concepts for calling for an environmental justice community, but there is a good reason to refer to a fence line community here, possibly also making the case for an environmental justice community characterized in some way to focus attention on the points discussed here. However, the concept of fence line community is a discrete and important unique exposure scenario discussed in detail at a previous SACC meeting. Fence line community requires a different approach to data collection and exposure profiling, especially for a CRA with multiple chemical releases into a common environmental medium and presenting durable exposure periods. I would suggest the concept of fence line not be taken away, as it is a concept already gaining ground towards better exposure concepts and data collection. Better to focus a similar effort to define and characterize the larger EJ community descriptor for the exposure assessor and toxicologist. Perhaps that is the place to include concepts of how to deal with chemical and non-chemical stressors, pre-existing health issues, access to preventative care and early diagnosis, etc. Other reviewers commented that the document adopt language used by the Office of Environmental Justice and broaden the consideration of impacted communities to include fence line communities as well as other impacted communities exposed to the higher levels of phthalates in this group considered under CRA. The desire to include only fence line communities in this CRA neglects potentially important communities that may have some of the highest exposures to this group of phthalates. The TSCA program should align their efforts around the CRA with the Justice 40 initiative and EPA's renewed commitment to environmental justice by providing a comprehensive assessment of the cumulative risk to environmental justice communities that are most impacted and most exposed. Only focusing on fence line communities here will create confusion for impacted communities that are part of an environmental justice community but may not be considered fence line. EPA should at the very least explain how this CRA fits into the agency's environmental justice commitments and obtain review by the Office of Environmental Justice and potentially their National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. So then general or specific comments on the sections. Section 6.4.3.2 this is more along those same lines. For the purposes of cumulative risk assessments conducted by the agency in general, some reviewers recommend that EPA frame this approach as one to determine co-exposure to individuals who may be part of an environmental justice community, which would include the TSCA definition of fence line community, but also ensure inclusion of environmental justice communities that have disproportionately higher exposure or greater impacts from phthalate exposures. It is not clear how tribal and subsistence communities fit into the definition of fence line community, and there's more about that later. And there are many impacted communities that could be missed based on the current focus on fence line communities. Furthermore, it's not clear how other chemicals or stressors are considered within the fence line community definition, since this is focused only on TSCA, chemicals under TSCA Section 6 undergoing assessment. For Section 6.4.3.2.1, additional information sources that could be included. Possible additional sources of information could be found through state and county voluntary testing of environmental discharges, for example, biosolids. Superfund and state managed cleanup sites were not included in Table 6-9. One reviewer provided the following information for addition: information on effluent and air contamination from landfills, sewage, contaminated groundwater, irrigation water, contamination from burning plastics, open burns. Section 6.4.3.2.2 is about surrogate release data for determining co-exposures. EPA states that in the absence of surrogate data for cumulative environmental releases, mathematical modeling approaches may be utilized, and they suggest Monte Carlo simulation to vary release calculation input parameters to estimate central tendency in high-end releases. More information on how this modeling would be done would help. And then the questions: could surrogate data come from wildlife? There is literature on exposure to fish and marine mammals that could be utilized to estimate levels in water bodies. And could surrogate data come from companion animals? There is some literature on that as well. Section 6.4.3.3, please clarify if releases to air and water in this section include transportation, for example, airports, ports, etc., non-TSCA regulated production facilities, manufacturing, for example, manufacturing facilities for cosmetics, personal care products, drugs, food additives, etc., and other major facilities that may not be classified as industry, such as oil production, energy generation waste incineration facilities. Overall, the approach here is difficult to support. It will achieve a quantitative account of reported information released on the 6 phthalates from industrial facilities into air and water, but estimates for dermal exposures and incidental ingestion will be challenging, as is noted by EPA with respect to drinking water sources, and will likely lead to underestimated exposures based on access to all of the relevant information. It is not clear how EPA will estimate dermal exposures and how they will account for certain populations likely to experience greater exposures, such as tribal and subsistence fishers and gardeners. In line 4178, the text cumulative risk from drinking water attributed to TSCA releases may be included as appropriate. EPA should clarify what they mean by as appropriate. Some discussion of how uncertainties will be accounted for is needed here. And then relevant to subsections 1 through 3, which are relevant to air and water releases. The following was provided by one reviewer. Airborne concentrations are likely to be low for phthalates under review. They are just not volatile. A quick lit search on Google Scholar brought up some studies in which community exposure was assessed by wastewater effluent. That strikes this reviewer as a reasonable approach for which manufacturers might have data. And this reviewer provided several citations. The following was provided by another reviewer. Below is a clip from the Environment and Climate Change Canada report, section 7.2, environmental persistence, as referred in their draft phthalates document. And this actually was read during charge question 15 and is also here, but I think it's relevant here. Studies have demonstrated that phthalates with shorter side chains can be readily biodegraded and mineralized, whereas phthalates with longer side chains tend to be somewhat less biodegradable. And then citations. Differences in biodegradability among phthalates are attributed to the steric effects of the side chains, where binding of hydrolytic enzymes can become hindered, resulting in limited hydrolysis. Differences in phthalate isomers can also influence rates of degradation, as phthalate hydrolyzing enzymes are structurally specific. Short chain phthalate DMP has a long modeled half-life in air. Its measured concentrations in biota in Hudson's Bay and in air and water of the Norwegian Arctic indicate that it has some potential for long-range transport. Medium and long-chain phthalates are not persistent in air, and modeling results suggest that they are unlikely to have the potential for long-range transport. Although DEHP, DBP, DIDP, DNBP, and DINP are the short-chain phthalate, DEP can be associated with fine particles in areas close to emission sources. DIBP was also found in biota in the Arctic. Fine particle transport is considered a plausible explanation for the observed presence of DMP and DIBP in remote areas. Phthalates have been detected in freshwater worldwide and tend to absorb to sediments. In surface water, most phthalates are readily biodegradable. In sediments, both aerobic and anaerobic microorganisms can degrade phthalates. However, despite their inherent biodegradability, phthalates can exhibit long half-lives in sediments of the high degree absorption driven by their hydrophobicity. In aerobic biodegradation studies conducted according to the OECD guidelines, where a wastewater treatment system sludge is used as substrate, phthalates were found to be both inherently and readily biodegradable. The apparent variability in test results can be attributed to the differences in experimental protocols, concentrations of the test substrate and the substrate. In soil, the patterns for biodegradation rates are generally very similar to those of water. Environmental conditions such as temperature, soil moisture, and oxygen levels, as well as initial substance concentrations and soil types, all have an impact on the biodegradation rate. For example, half-lives for DEHP in different types of soil range from 2 days in loam soil to 69.3 days in sand. And we're up to 77 days in bioremediated soil from an industrial site in Brazil. And then comments relative to subsections 4 and 5. The wording of section 4 is confusing. As currently worded, the title implies that there are fence line communities that are not consumers or workers, but it is difficult to imagine a fence line community that does not include consumers. Furthermore, in fence-line communities, residents are also workers in nearby industries. It would be best to reword this paragraph for clarity. Non-attributable ambient air or surface water sources of phthalates are not included in this calculation, nor are worker exposures or consumer exposures. Further clarification is needed by EPA on the purpose of this calculation, perhaps with a real-world example of the population this would represent. In addition, how are non-facility contributions to ambient air and surface water accounted for in sections 4 and 5's calculations? In sections 4 and 5, dust and diet are mentioned, but EPA does not specify how they will incorporate this information or calculate exposure estimates for different populations. Some communities that are important to consider are highlighted below, but dust is a particularly important exposure where more information and inclusion is needed by EPA. Dust is a very relevant exposure pathway that may vary by community and may reflect many sources. For example, outdoor dust and soil can be tracked inside, taking occupation exposures, building materials, furniture, and products in the home can all contribute to household dust levels and human exposures to mixtures with phthalates. Household dust exposures will also vary by age, as younger children have faster metabolisms and surface area, more exposure to the floor, and greater hand-to-mouth behavior, making them more likely to ingest more. It is recommended that EPA identify a method to incorporate dust exposure estimates for across different environmental justice and fence-line communities and age groups. And then there are some literature examples included, and then other general comments relevant to sections 4 and 5 and lines 4232 to 4233. The quotation that EPA has not identified a proposed methodology, data sources, or lines of evidence to fully develop the fence line assessment. Many studies indicate that for some products, uses, and locations, phthalate concentrations correlate with different socioeconomic factors like race, ethnicity, income, educational attainment, and unmarried or partnered. And there's a citation for that. It is well known that the amount, duration, and cumulative risk of exposure to any given chemical can depend on social, economic, geographic, occupational, medical, and genetic factors. To truly conduct cumulative risk assessments, EPA must consider community relevant factors that increase exposures to overburdened environmental justice and fence line communities. For example, differences in use of products by race, ethnicity need to be included through the use of existing data and by obtaining information on use through engagement with impacted communities. Some examples of these include use of personal care products, cosmetics, housing quality, building materials, scented products, secondhand materials, and fast food consumption. Descriptions are provided below as examples, but are non-exhaustive. EPA should explore further high exposure scenarios that increase sensitivity and vulnerability of fence line and environmental justice communities to phthalates. Non-exhaustive examples of areas to explore where non-attributed and non-toxic exposures or broader environmental justice exposures to be considered include personal care products and cosmetics. And then there's some text about community-based participatory processes have been used to better understand how personal care products and cosmetics use differs between women of different race and ethnicity. This use information combined with phthalates, biomonitoring data from NHANES and other sources is a valuable way to explore important exposures to women at childbearing age and pregnant women, infants, and children for these chemicals and key outcomes that should be accounted for in the CRA. CDC notes that NHANES data indicate that adult women have higher phthalate levels of metabolites associated with personal care products and cosmetics, and these are highest in non-Hispanic Black women. And the citation is provided. And then there's a bunch of citations or literature provided on citations for literature for that topic. Housing, health, and status, and building materials. The use of building materials that contain phthalates can contribute to phthalates in indoor air, dust, and window films. Housing quality, whether it is built for high turnover, like rental housing, and how well homes are maintained can be factors in chemical exposures. Exploring exposure differences for people in rental and low-income housing can highlight communities of concern for cumulative risk. Children living in poverty have greater likelihood of exposure to chemicals like lead, and housing quality is a contributing factor. Phthalate exposure have been shown to be higher among residents living in low-income social housing. And there's a citation. Use of less expensive materials meant for high turnover may include more use of phthalates, poor ventilation, and higher density in multi-generational housing. May also influence the generation of phthalates released into the dust. Children living in homes with vinyl flooring have been shown to have higher phthalate urinary metabolites. And there's a citation. Finally, families living in stressful living situations may be more prone to impacts of phthalates on reproductive development. And there's a citation for that and a bunch of literature citations provided on that topic. The next topic was cultural or income-based product use and use of secondhand materials, and there's a literature citation provided. And then fast food consumption and difference in phthalate exposure by race, ethnicity, exposure to bottled water, drinks, and plastic food containers. For example, data from CDC demonstrate that people of color, and especially children of color, consume a greater amount of fast food, in part due to access to fresh food markets and income, exposing certain populations to higher levels of phthalates. Moreover, consumption of fast food and other food from other types of restaurants have been associated with increased exposure to individual phthalates, for example, DEHP and DINP, as well as cumulative exposure to anti-androgenic phthalates. And there's a list of literature citations provided. And then there's a section on subsistence diets and non-commercial diets. And one reviewer provided information because diets have already been identified as major source of exposure in diets of fence-line communities and Arctic communities are likely to have substantial contributions of subsistence foods, which are also likely to be contaminated, land mammals, aquatic plants and mammals, and shellfish, birds, aquatic mammals, irrigation waters for home community gardens, co-exposure and durable exposures, such as subsistence foods have consistent food origins, like variability from commercial food markets. Detailed listing of Arctic community foods and metrics on Arctic diets have been made available to EPA and were developed during EPA-supported research and continue to be freely available. And there is a reference provided. This brings up the issue of how information is accrued for these assessments. Reliance on literature bases and previous assessments by a regulatory authority is of course necessary, but it is reasonable to expect that available information, in quotations, would include a comprehensive collaboration with other EPA offices, regional groups, administrators' offices, and there will be a listing in the, there's a listing in the principal's comments, and exposure, and sorry, collaboration with tribe states and references will be provided. And then our last section is about methodology to provide to EPA on this question. And so I will go through those points. It is recognized that EPA is looking for approaches and methodology that will allow for quick action in a CRA for phthalates. In the absence of data or surrogate data to calculate exposure estimates, a short-term approach could be to adopt uncertainty factors that account for known hazards and exposures to highly exposed populations that are well documented but not well quantified. When data exists, more robust estimates could be utilized, accounting for life stage considerations. There's a recommendation to include community-informed and community-specific evidence and exposure data when determining exposures that are relevant for inclusion in a cumulative risk assessment to better protect environmental justice communities. There's a recommendation to explore state databases on product testing and source control monitoring of phthalates to provide additional information on phthalates that are used in products or in certain places or found in certain places. A recommendation, methods for identifying other chemicals and phthalates to consider, explore biomonitoring and other data in a way that illuminates patterns of co-exposures with other phthalates and chemicals that have similar use profiles and can act on same key outcomes and health hazard endpoints. Collaborate with EPA. Another recommendation is to collaborate with EPA's America's Children and the Environment staff within EPA's Office of Children's Health Protection, as they are also tracking trends in both biomonitoring and chemical use with respect to children in the US and including phthalates. And then there is a literature example that highlights the environmental influences on children's health outcomes. It's a pilot analysis focus specifically on biomonitoring data from pregnant women from the NIH Environmental Influences on Child Health Outcomes program. And this has already been discussed in other questions. But it could be a useful source of exposure information for inclusion in the assessment. In addition, figure 1 is a Spearman correlation heat map of urinary analyte concentrations of chemicals measured in 171 pregnant women. And this is an example of how EPA could identify co-exposures to chemicals during this important exposure window. Then chemicals with known health outcomes that are toxicologically similar to the 6 phthalates identified could be included. In addition, this paper identifies different phthalates and phthalate alternatives that may be important to consider for inclusion in the cumulative risk assessment based on exposure trends relative to pregnant women, women of childbearing age, infants, and children. Next recommendation, consider including chemicals that are used in the same products, processes, or exposure scenarios as the 6 phthalates identified in this proposed approach to determine if additional chemicals, additional phthalates, and other chemicals that have similar impacts on outcomes should be included in the assessment due to co-exposures, particularly products, processes, or scenarios that are relevant to increased exposures within environmental justice communities. This would broaden the cumulative risk assessment and better protect fence line and environmental justice communities. Consider analyzing additional chemicals with similar health hazard endpoints to the 6 identified phthalates. For inclusion, consider development of a method to identify and apply additional protection factors to environmental justice communities from additional stressors using social vulnerability index tools, such as CDC, ATSDR's SVI, state tools like Kellam EnviroScreen and Washington Tracking Network's Disparity Mapping Tool and EJ-Screen, and combine that with chemical release databases as outlined in this report, and mapping to identify common stressors that co-occur with phthalate exposures in communities that may be more highly exposed and more vulnerable to cumulative impacts from phthalates. To develop an approach, EPA could convene experts working on toxics and cumulative exposures to environmental justice communities, NEJAC and CHPAC, to help identify and develop relevant approaches that would better protect children in environmental justice communities. Consider development of better modeling and uncertainty factors that account for variabilities in sensitivity throughout the population to account for life stage sensitivities that would better protect developing fetuses and children exposures to additional chemicals and socioeconomic and other stressors, starting with potentially adopting factors developed by Cal EPA's Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment or the International Program on Chemical Safety. And there are a bunch of references for that. And that concludes comments, finally.
Okay. Our associates on that are Dr. Chasen.
Thank you. Yes, I have no other points to put in, but I do want to point out that some of the comments in this and other areas have been delineated in the public comments, and I think I'd like to extract at least a couple specifically from submitted by Dr. Diane Barton from NTTC, where they've provided some additional references and additional schematics of the kind of interactions, possible co-exposures, and issues that have been discussed by several of us and Dr. Kissel, for example, and I'd like to put that into the appropriate sections of the conversation so far. So I just wanted to put that on record. And there may be other members might have found other documents in the public record that would be adding references, et cetera, to the same conversations we've had. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Dr. Zoda?
No further comments at this time.
And Dr. David?
No further comment.
Okay. Other committee members like to weigh in? There was a tremendous amount of information there.
This is Devin Sturgis from the University of Maryland. I just want to commend this group for such a thorough and comprehensive response to this charge question. And I also want to just underscore support for at least one particular comment or recommendation that was made in this amazing comprehensive response about how OPPT should look to align their efforts on CRA here with broader agency goals around environmental justice. I just want to underscore that. And I certainly appreciate and want to underscore the recommendation about OPPT seeking consultation or collaboration with the newly reorganized Office of Environmental Justice at EPA.
Okay. Anything else that we need to add? Anybody have any disagreements with what was said at all? Dr. Blystone.
Yeah, I don't have disagreements. I heard a lot of EPA could consider. I think qualifying like that makes it a lot easier to say that, yeah, fine, they should consider that. So as long as those qualifiers are in there, I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Great. Okay, with that, I will go to the agency to see if they have any questions of clarification. Maybe muted, not hearing anything.
I'm sorry, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, this is Mike Arashiro. No clarifications, and we thank the SACC panel for their input on charge question 21. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so at this point of sort of the process, I mentioned earlier, I believe on the first day, that you would have an opportunity to present anything that you felt was missed in terms of the questions that were provided. So we'll do that at this point. So what we usually do is go around, so just in the same order that we do for taking roll call. So if you don't have anything to add, just state nothing to add at that point, or say thanks or whatever to move us around. So with that, I'll start with Dr. Apte.
Yeah, I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Dr. Baker.
No further comments. Thanks.
Dr. Blystone.
No further comments. Good job on keeping us ahead of schedule, Dr. Schlenk.
Not my job. That was you guys. Dr. Chasen.
I think we've made all of our points, but I do want to take this opportunity to thank EPA for their efforts. Doing something like this is really hard. And I also appreciate their openness and willingness to consider our comments. So again, my compliments on this.
Okay. Dr. Cobb. Oh, he's gone. Sorry. I just got a note from him. Dr. Davies.
I just want to echo the comments that this is really hard, and I'm glad to see EPA taking these steps.
Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
I too want to echo others on the panel who have thanked EPA in doing this. It's an enormous amount of work, and you have a bunch of people here talking about their research and all the things that would be great to do. And I recognize the time limit. I do have a comment that I'd like to read into the record, though. And this is in reference to, actually it's step 10, right? In section 4.3.2. And there wasn't an explicit question about this. I think this is a comment I've made in the previous SACC, so I'll make it again. And this is about mode of margin of exposure, right? Which is There doesn't seem to be a question that pertains specifically to the use of the margin of exposure approach to estimate cumulative risk. And this is a thing, a process, a step that EPA started using earlier on and continues to use. And yet I think it's important to recognize that it's not using the best available science to ensure protection of pests. The use of the margin of exposure, the MOE, which relies on a point of departure, right, which we've spoken about, but with no extrapolation to lower doses, is an approach that compares the point of departure to the exposure level to determine whether this ratio, quote, indicates the potential for risk to human health or not. And the margin of exposure doesn't estimate the proportion of the exposed population anticipated to be experience a health effect. And that's all dependent upon all the probabilistic analyses that we've spoken about, or the number of people affected. This approach, I'll say, perpetuates the notion that there's a safe or no risk, de minimis risk level, and for this case of phthalate exposure that can be identified for the population that you've heard we've been talking about for this entire meeting, for more highly exposed, and for which there's evidence that there are people who are more susceptible. This has been stated by public commenters, and I want to recognize that, but both by the national academies and WHO, who have outlined methods for risk estimation that have been demonstrated in published case studies. EPA should use the WHO approach and combine its outputs with index chemical equivalent exposures that can be calculated based on or to estimate the proportion of the exposed population projected to experience the phthalate-based outcomes. And that's really useful from a practical perspective because it provides data-driven information for decision makers and, frankly, outputs that can be used to quantify health benefits in a benefit cost analysis. So thank you. And that's for the record. And maybe that goes in principle, in the principles document. I guess I'll put it there, but it applies to the steps that were outlined in the document for phthalates as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to, again, remind the EPA that a lot of it we couldn't really comment on because the detail just isn't there yet. And so when you do your risk assessment, I would recommend, encourage EPA to do this again with the SACC and have us look again at how you actually calculate the risk and how decisions could be made. And just one little nitpicky comment, I guess, on page 25, figure 2.1, the pie charts, there were a couple pie charts that I couldn't figure out what they related to. So I would encourage you to put a legend on that figure. That's all I have.
Okay, Dr. Kissel.
I managed to slip in my additional comments in odd places, so I'm good.
Great. Dr. Mazurlian. Are you muted, Dr. Mazurlian? Okay. Dr. Prisbilla.
No further comments.
Dr. Reif? Dr. Reif? Okay, guess we'll take that as a no. Dr. Rollins? Dr. Rollins? Okay, Dr. Voorhees? Dr. Voorhees?
Nothing further.
Okey-doke. Dr. Babich?
I just want to thank the EPA staff for their excellent technical presentations on Monday and recognize what a complex and large project this is. That's all.
Thanks. Dr. Braun?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Kalfat,
No further comments. Thank you.
Dr. Chapin.
I'd like to thank the EPA for undertaking this massive effort, and I do have an additional comment, just a couple paragraphs. I am like all other toxicologists. I cheerfully rely on the most sensitive lab species when there are no relevant human data. But when human data do appear, they achieve immediate primacy. And we actually have some human data which directly and indirectly address the question of whether a hormonal phthalate syndrome appears in humans as it does in rats. Surprisingly, it appears it does not. The agency team did an excellent job of summarizing the differences in species sensitivity and response in section 314 and 315, and you already have all the relevant publications. Similarly, the epidemiology data summarized in table 318 show only a weak AGD response in humans, if any, versus a strong and consistent response for the active phthalates in rats. And table 319 shows a robust response of reproductive measures in adult human males after exposures as adults, which contrasts sharply with the comparative lack of response and low confidence seen for the developmental measures and effects in humans. So if we just take 2 steps back and just look at the data, it appears that rats provide a nice, robust hormonal response with all of its downstream consequences, while mice and humans and marmosets appear to lack that response. This disconnect compels me to question whether this is the right response for us to focus on. Absent any human data, I would agree with the approach and the steps outlined in the CRA document, but the data in humans and another primate species, marmosets, just seems too consistent to simply ignore. I recognize the time pressures on the agency for action, but I would hope and expect that the agency would be at least issuing a call and some funding for some more work with human tissues to try to resolve this critical question of whether humans actually do have the response that we're trying to protect against. Additionally, I take comfort from the fact that the CRA is a concept document and that each phthalate will be eventually reviewed individually. If so, then the agency will get to wrestle with the messy adult human sperm literature, as in table 319, and compare those exposures to the fetal exposures and regulate on the most sensitive effect, period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. David?
I have no further comment, except I do not envy the agency in initiating this task. Good luck.
Yeah, I think we all wish that, right? Dr. Engel?
No further comments.
Dr. Fox?
Yes, thanks. One thing that gets back to the question I asked on day one about major pathways. So I think there needs to be a more thorough evaluation of pathways than just major pathways. And one of the problems is that we have to consider the toxicity and the potency issue, right? So a minor pathway for a very potent chemical may be a risky pathway. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okie doke. Dr. Hertzberg?
No technical comments. I have one procedural question for you. Since our specific charge question number 1 related to the additional key documents that might be informative for the procedures and the principles and methodology, we heard several documents referenced, cited, including some of my own comments on later questions, including those for the phthalates document that are certainly conceptual and would really belong well in the principles document. Is somebody going to put those, collate those into that, or is that expected from our group?
Everyone will see the entire answers to all the questions. That will be sent out once the leads submit their information to ALA. We'll put that together in a single document, so you'll have a chance to make recommendations of where cross references should be made that go back and forth between the 2 documents. So we'll get to that later.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, Dr. Hadashell.
Yes, I've got a few additional comments. I just wanted to add for the record to the question, the response to 5, that in the comments about considering the Payne Sturgis 2023 publication, that this publication also includes suggestions on how to incorporate non-chemical stressors into the cumulative risk assessment for phthalates. That's one comment. And then regarding the document, I wanted to point out a few typographical errors and some corrections or some inclusions that need to be made that didn't quite fit into the charge questions. So lines 1220 to 1222, the statement about Adamson 2009 gene expression. Adamson 2009 reported that P450 side chain cleavage, which is also called CYP11-1A, was significantly increased at the 750 milligram per kilogram dose on GD 19.5. This statement is incorrect in the background proposed approach document. Similarly, please correct the summary of the data on DINP for Adamson in the table 3-3 on page 40. On line 1383, multi-generation exposure studies should be changed to multi-generational studies, multi-generational exposure studies. Line 1705, these affects need to be changed to these effects. And line 1841, there's an additional reference for the study of phthalate syndrome and marmosets that should be added to this line, and that is Hallmark et al. 2007. And this reference is already included in the proposed approach document. Lines 1841 and 1842 suggest adjusting this text from results from mouse and marmoset studies are inconsistent with findings from rat studies to results from some mouse and marmoset studies are inconsistent with findings from rat studies. The rationale for this request is that 2 mouse studies did find significant results that were consistent with rat studies. Wang 2017 reported reductions in steroidogenic and cholesterol transporter genes and fetal testosterone production following gestational exposure to DIBP. And Liu 2008 reported a reduction in AGD and an increase in the incidence of hypospadias following gestational exposure to DEHP. Regarding marmoset studies, Hallmark 2007 reported a reduction in serum testosterone following exposure to a single dose of MBP beginning on postnatal day 2 to 7. Only 2 more points, and that's line 1859 through line 1863. Please include the results of the second marmoset experiment reported in Hallmark 2007, in which they reported a reduction in serum testosterone levels in neonatal common marmosets 5 hours after a single dose of MBP at 500 milligram per kilogram per day on postnatal day 2 to 7. This was the age range of the animals at which the single dose was administered. In the draft CRA approach document, the EPA correctly summarized the first marmoset experiment reported in Hallmark 2007, which reported no effect on serum testosterone in animals following daily dosing of MBP for 2 weeks, beginning on postnatal day 4 to 6 until approximately postnatal day 18 to 20, and collected the animals 4 hours post-dose. And finally, line 1894, please add the year and hyperlink for the Hero to Hero database for Doe et al. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kwok.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Dr. Payne Sturgis.
Yes, good afternoon. I would just like to commend EPA for giving the application of a cumulative risk assessment under TSCA serious thought and consideration. And I do recognize, as many of us here, that this approach, a cumulative approach, is complex. But I just want to say that, complexity is not really the problem. It's really the message here. It's the recognition of the need to address, real life exposures and risks. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Tan?
Yes. First of all, I also want to just thank EPA for taking this on and recognize the difficulty of the task. And then I also just wanted to loop back on charge question 8 and revisit the phthalates as a group, additional phthalates, adding additional phthalates to the grouping. Because I went back, I was reading some literature for question 21, and I remembered some phthalates mentioned that were anti-androgenic in studies, and just wanted to revisit this issue because I think there were several mentioned in different studies, which I can provide for question 8, but some of them were DPENP and DHEXP, diisooctylphthalate and di-N-octylphthalate. And then just again, bringing up that pilot study with the ECHO program, they specifically looked at phthalates that were not covered under NHANES, as well as phthalate alternatives. And I just think it's important to look at those and consider them because, again, I think if we're doing a cumulative assessment, we should be as inclusive as possible to understand the impacts. And some of the additional phthalates may not be included in the NHANES biomonitoring. And I just want to be sure EPA looks at all of them and does that loop back to see, whether they are or are not included in the biomonitoring that they're using. And I think it was recognized on the discussion that EPA has a tight timeline, and I know that is a factor and it's difficult, but I think that at the very least they should be considering additional phthalates that may share similar toxicology and which are believed to be exposure risks, and then include them in the cumulative risk assessment so that this information can then be included in the individual phthalate assessments for the 6 phthalates that are included right now in this cumulative risk assessment. So I think, as Dr. Cobb mentioned yesterday, there are ways to include those without making it so burdensome to EPA, but still considering their impacts on the overall outcomes. So I just wanted to add that, and I will submit those studies and this information for charge question 8's response.
Great. Okay, thanks. Dr. Zoda.
I have no additional comments at this time.
All right. Well, thank you all for an intense number of days. Oh, we have Dr. Wyckoff. Your hand is up.
Yeah, maybe did you admit I didn't get a chance to comment?
Oh, sorry. I thought
Or
I
that's
said
okay.
you.
Maybe I might have misheard my name being called. So
yeah.
So I would also like to echo previous members in recognizing that this is a very large undertaking and it's very complicated science. So we appreciate the opportunity to comment. I just had 2 things to add. Generally, I would think that it would be helpful if the document would include more information on how the CRA will be used to inform the individual chemical assessments for the phthalates, which are part of the agency mandate. For example, to provide a step 11 to figure 2.2-1 so that it's more transparent. This was also a comment on the general principles, but may also be an opportunity to see this in play. This would also be a good opportunity to add in a step or an indication as to how non-quantitative aspects will impact conclusions, such as how non-chemical stressors will inform the MOE or the conclusions of the CRA. It would also be helpful if the document could more directly address best available science aspects, including how the agency will ensure that the CRA is based on such, how it will incorporate aspects such as data reliability, systematic review concepts from the individual assessments, as well as characterizing uncertainty in, based on underlying systematic review efforts. Thank you.
Okie doke. And Dr. Hertzberg, you have something else?
Just had one more thing to add. We never heard a next series of steps, I guess, that were planned for this, including whether there a framework was going to be created. And I would encourage EPA to create such a framework. In 2003, the cumulative risk framework that was put together was based upon whatever was known at that time. And there were certainly some phrases in there that were hopeful for what would happen in the next few years. As we heard this week, an incredible amount of work has gone on to alternate analytical methods, statistical methods, biological theories. And so I really encourage EPA to develop a cumulative risk framework as at least as an update, if not specific to TSCA, for what was done in 2003. Thank you very much.
Yoke. All right. Well, thanks again to everybody putting in the time and effort and going through this. This was not easy, and as you recognize, it's not easy for the agency as well. But thank you all for your time and efforts in putting this together. As mentioned before, this went very quickly because you guys actually worked together ahead of the game, which is really, really important in getting this sort of through in a sort of efficient manner. So thanks for that. Thanks for your input there. I'd also like to thank the agency for their presentations, the public commenters for their input as well. I'd like to thank Ala for guiding us and contacting you back and forth, for asking to see if you were able to get your information in ahead of time. That was very, very helpful. Definitely appreciate the EPA staff and their contractors for working tirelessly behind the scenes and getting the audiovisual corrected when there were issues and things of that nature. So really appreciate those guys there. And since this is my last and final sort of chairmanship, if you want to call it that, after 35 of these things with FIFRA and TSCA, and I think a dozen, at least that I can remember, I lost count of chairman sort of responsibilities. Really like to thank Steve Knott, who was our first executive secretary, at least for FIFRA, Laura Bailey, who subsequently came after him, and more recently Tamu Gibson, for their leadership in putting these things together. It's a monumental task, and really appreciate their efforts with that. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Ala, and you can close us out.
Thank you, Dr. Schlenk. Well, in closing, I'd also like to thank everyone who contributed to this meeting. Well, first, I'd like to thank the Peer Review and Ethics Branch in EPA for preparing for this meeting, including the branch chief, Steve Knott, the executive secretary, Tamu Gibson, and the DFOs and assistant deputy ethics officials, Dr. Charlene Matten and William Woogie. I also want to thank Joyce Coates and Barbara Ewell from the administrative staff. Also want to thank the contractor and Dinah for their help in the Zoom meeting preparation and the YouTube webcasting. Thank you, Dr. Schlenk, again, for leading such an important meeting and going through all agenda items, and for following FACA requirements. Thank you to the SACC committee members and ad hoc reviewers for their input and participation in the meeting. Thank you to the EPA's Assistant Administrator, Dr. Michal Friedhoff, and the Deputy Office Director of OPPT, Mark Hartman, for their welcome and introductory remarks. Thanks are also due to the OPP team for presenting the draft documents and responding to committee questions. Thank you to the public for sending written comments and for presenting oral comments. Now, special thanks go to the committee members whose term has expired or is expiring. I would like to thank Dr. Daniel Schlenk, the outgoing SACC chair, and the committee members, Dr. Sherry Blystone, Dr. Holly Davis, Dr. William Doucette, Dr. Mark Johnson, Dr. John Kissel, Dr. Craig Rowlands, and Dr. Sheila Satyanarayana. We asked the committee members to stay in the meeting and everyone else can leave the meeting. We have a closed administrative meeting and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.